Hello everyone, Sientir here with my Guild Wars 1 stream, and today we're going to do something different than what I had been doing. You know what, let's just log on to this character first. I need a break from the slow playthrough. It is, to put it extremely bluntly, the, let's see, what do I have? I have Mohby Windbeak, Remnant of Antiquities. I think I might do some bounties. Get him queued up for the double thing. Nah, I don't feel like doing Dark Realm Delves. What is the mission today? To against the Char? Sure. Sound feels low. Okay, whatever. The build restrictions have been particularly rough on Paragon. I don't know how much it's showing, but Paragon is extremely specific. It doesn't have a whole lot of substitutes for needed effects. And so it tends to be extremely linear to build. And so I've just gotten like, okay, I definitely need a break from it. Plus, it's been friggin' 10 streams. That one's just gonna go long. There's just so much to do in Nightfall and a lot of wandering around, so I wanted to change things up, do something different. We're going to do something different today. We'll see if I feel like continuing this slow playthrough on... Oh, Norn Catering. I can do that too. We'll see if I feel like doing the... I want to do Mohby Windbeak here. Oh, okay. Well then, we're going to have a little bit of a journey ahead of us, aren't we? But I felt like doing some, like, not that sort of thing for a while. So we're going to do not that sort of thing for a while. Don't know how many episodes I'll be like, you want to do something different, but... Kieran, are you... Yeah, okay, you're doing the good stuff. Alright, so at this point I just need some dudes. I don't really feel like doing Soul Twist stuff. I feel like running an Elementalist core. Elementalist. Let's grab Talcora. Livia? No. Master of Whispers then. Yeah, okay. There's the Bip Healer. This guy obviously needs some spirits in order to work. That can be arranged. Be arranged quite easily. Okay. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Yeah, Deny Hexes works well with the other stuff. You know what? Yeah, why not? Why not? You can be an RC. But in this build, Shielding Hands is worse than Reversal of Fortune because you need the recharge. Oh, Sasuke, you're not really set up. I mean, you are, but you're kind of weird. Okay, and you have Hexbreaker Uria on you. I'd rather have Stand Your Ground. I'm okay with Focused Shot. It does some damage. Okay, this is a little bit more defensively set up. That's fine. Find the Weakness is a strong skill, but I think I'm going to drop it for energy concerns and considerations over here. So, like, while I have a Paragon up, let me just explain a little bit some of what I'm talking about. This will be easier if I display his list, because this will give costs. So, we have in Command, so Command and Motivation kind of need to be taken separately. But it's something that I think is worth kind of discussing, because I want to, like... The issue that I'm having with Imrahil is that my choices of shouts and chants in order to fuel the spellcasting that I'm doing, which is somewhat limited as well, is highly restricted. So let's kind of go over what's going on here. There's not a whole lot of 5 energy shouts and chants that affect the entire party. There's things like Never Give Up, Never Surrender, but these are under conditions. A lot of these, like, Can't Touch This also affects all party members, but has a 20-second recharge. So you're kind of looking at where's my recharges. So you want your 10 energy recharges ones. Anthem of Weariness is fine, but again requires attack skills. and I believe is an Eye of the North skill, which I can, if I short by campaign, scroll down here to Eye of the North. Yeah, Anthem of Awareness. So he doesn't even have access to it, so it's completely moot. So if we look at our options here, our only adrenaline skill here are Go for the Eyes and Anthem of Envy. Anthem of Envy doesn't do anything if you don't have people attacking, so you need to be bringing enough physical attackers, and that has its own effects if you want to actually be getting benefit out of Anthem of Envy. And it's also 6 adrenaline. You have a couple of 4 adrenaline chance in the form of Anthem of Guidance and Crippling Anthem. Hey, Juice Toast, good to see ya. Yeah, there's a couple of different sword options: profession, type, cost, activation time, recharge time, or elite status and campaign. It's really easy to just not look at anything under here. But yeah, so this is one of the big problems that Imrahil doesn't have. Like, he has Go for the Eyes now, but like Command is just really bad at like fueling spellcasting because its number of like cheap stuff to use is extremely limited. It's like you bring in Go for the Eyes, and like Go for the Eyes is a solid skill, but Leadership does not have, like, it has Anthem of Flame or whatever the heck they call the fire anthem. Yeah, Anthem of Flame, which is fine, but costs energy. So it's like you have to be really invested into Leadership in order to be able to get net benefit from it. And it also is like, okay, this wants physical attackers. Speaking of which, Blade Turn Refrain is a good skill to slot in here. So I've been using a lot of motivation on Imrahil, where, yes, there's the power is yours, but there's also Chorus of Restoration at 4 adrenaline, Energizing Chorus at 4 adrenaline. And Energizing Chorus is fantastic. Like, it makes your Anthem of Flame really cheap as well. But the thing is, you don't have a lot of cheaper shouts and chants to use here, right? There's like no 5 energy shouts or chants that affect the entire party in motivation. So you can combine it, as I have been on Imrahil, with Anthem of Flame all the way up here, because marksmanship is tall. Yeah, with Anthem of Flame, and that works fine. But it's like a limited, like that does that very specific thing, right? But you know, it also just straight up helps make other things more affordable. It's fine. It'll turn, particularly with the high leadership that Imrahil currently has, it'll turn something like Zealous Anthem or whatever into a 5 energy skill, which makes it net energy, right? Or Ray of Zeal, as he's been using a lot of. There's so many just 20-second recharge shouts here, though, in motivation. So, like, there's a couple options, but there's also Lyric of Zeal, which is what I really want on Imrahil, which would give him a different option for an adrenaline chant or shout that would therefore net him a lot of energy from leadership, and also help support the party better than Chorus of Restoration does. Obviously, Chorus of Restoration has the advantage of being only 4 adrenaline, but Lyric of Zeal is just a skill he doesn't have access to yet. This is a really good skill, though, and I want it for him. But it's just one of those things where, like, the build options for Paragon feel extremely limited, and, like, you really want very specific effects, and if you're not able to get those effects, it doesn't. It's very, like, these are the things that you can kind of do. So, anyway, yeah, I just want to shake stuff up today. Not that. I like to display a small grid because it's more compact. I can see entire attribute at once. Not as much information, though. Anyway, I'm going to keep this weird, nonsensical build going for the moment. I don't mind Sasuke doing a Master of Magic, like healing priest heal party type thing. That seems like a good support, but this is not a good selection of skills. This is, ooh, we can use every attribute. Let's do that. Selection of skills. Let's see. Obsidian Flame is good. I'll grant it that. I kind of want to bring some AoE. I do like a bed of coals. Let's see. It actually would not be a bad idea to bring Shock Arrow. Is there anything else that I want from air? I mean, I could go each attribute, but I would go for water. I'd rather go something like blurred vision. I think. Yeah, let's do something like that. Okay, Zed, you don't really have a full bar here, do you? Okay, I'll give you a full bar. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. Mind Burn's a solid skill. Okay. I actually would rather... Where's Mist Form? Mist Form provides some nice party healing, so I'd rather go with that here, I think. That's too much. Okay, Deep Freeze. Maelstrom. There's Deep Freeze. Energy here is going to be a little tight, but we have a BIP, so it doesn't matter. Okay, the other thing that I need is I need some spirits for him. So I'm actually going to go Ritualist over here. I don't know that I'll need Glyph of Lesser. Do I want to go air? Go fire. Actually, yeah, let's go fire. I was thinking for a second that I might want to go earth, but then I changed my mind. Fire also is like the least needing in elites, in my opinion. Rodgorts is good. I kind of want Firestorm. You can do Rodgorts, Signet of Spirits, and Splinter Weapon. We're just making our way up into other places, so. What do I want for this last one? Let's grab Meteor, maybe. Meteor is a knockdown, which is nice. Synergizes with the bed of coals I have going on over here. And this is probably not enough healing. But I've got a decent amount of additional like healing effects kind of spread around the party. Phoenix is technically some additional healing. Hey, Clean Star, good to see ya. I don't know. I'm worried about health bars, but you know what? Let's swap them over to Kalai. We have RC, so that shouldn't matter. Okay, cool. Let's just go work my way to Leviathan Pits, I guess, is the map. You know what? Work full complement of heroes. Something else that I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to start another character in Nightfall that's kind of like half restriction, but is not doing the hero cap and is not doing the no account stuff. Just to see how it compares in part, but also because it seems like fun. I have the weirdest bar, but I love it. Hope y'all are doing well. I know I myself have been needing to kind of switch things up a little bit, so. Somebody's doing a lot of mind burning. Twin Moon Sweep is a heck of a drug. There's some, like, Twin Moon Sweep is just randomly just an attack, right? It's just like, oh, that's cool. This build does use a lot of energy. But look at what those weapon attributes look like. Oh, man. 20 Scythe Mastery, 20 Swordsmanship. So I can give it my maximum Twin Moon Sweep. Like a Twin Moon Sweep, dervishes would love to be able to have. And then that allows me to be able to strip Staggering Force, which allows me to be able to get cracked armor on stuff to fuel body blow. I love the synergies. Yeah, then cracked armor definitely gets more damage through. Hey, B-Hour. Good to see you back. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. I'm just taking this character back towards Leviathan Pits because I am Luxon right now. Yeah, yeah. Ooh. Ooh, congratulations, Luxons. I hadn't noticed this, but they've really pushed back into this territory. This skill is 7-weapon stance. It was added in the 15th anniversary update earlier this year. So it's actually a brand new PvE only elite skill. Ezio. Magnificent. Kraken Eyes. I don't know why. Where's that line read of Magnificent from? I don't remember. Magnificent. I don't know, it's from somewhere, but... but 7-weapon stance is basically I can keep it up for 21 seconds. My weapon attributes are increased by 16, and I attack 33% faster. So while it's up, my weapon attributes, you can see, boop, look like that. So I get a crazy amount of swordsmanship and scythe mastery to go with the other stuff I'm doing. Fortunately, going this direction is a lot quicker than going the other direction. Clumsiness. I don't want clumsiness. Yeah, it's PvE only, so heroes can't use it, for example. You need an item from the anniversary event to be able to make the boss that has it spawn as well. Although that's not a huge deal. There are plenty of people who got it. If people want to capture it, I'm happy to help them. But there's one for each profession. So a lot of them actually have to do with attribute point increases as well. The Paragon one is notably really powerful. It's a refrain that increases attributes by like 3 with high enough leadership. They're all in the primary attribute as well, I should add. No, my 7-weapon stance. Now I'm terrible. Like, this bar does not function without 7-weapon stance up. I probably should change it, because if they're using stuff here that can get rid of it, Wild Strike or whatever, that's no good for me. That is no good for me. We're actually doing all right, given our relative lack of healers. Oh, hi, Murky the Reaver. What do you got going on? A Jade Longbow off of a warrior boss. Well, they do make those kind of random. Ooh, do I have lockpicks on this character? No, I think I might have at one point and transitioned them over to another character. That seems like a thing that happened at one point. There we go. Hylas, we are ready to go into Unwaking Waters. Thank you. I love being able to go backwards like that. It's very convenient. Okay, let's swap things up. I've actually technically been running this build for quite a while. You know what? I kind of want to just use a scythe. I have a scythe. I have a Drachner's Edge. Do I have... Hang on. Oh, I have Encrypted Char battle plans. Brilliant. Do I have any other scythes? I have a lot of swords and stuff. I don't think I have another scythe. That's fine. I was just looking to see if I had a Zealous one, because Zealous is often really nice to have with scythe. Okay, let's drop these. Yeah, okay, I know what I'm doing here. Probably not Reap Impurities is part of it. Body blow is good. I'm gonna Warrior's Endurance this. That can't get randomly stripped from me. Victorious Sweep is good. Radiant Scythe is actually really nice as well, but I don't think I need it here. There's a bunch of different Scythe attacks that could be kind of nice, but frankly, I think I'm better off using like Whirlwind. I want something for increased attack speed. This is one of the things that's really nice about that particular elite. Is it increases your attack speed without random downsides. I want power attack. You know what? Let's slot on Leviathan Sweep as well, because that's fun. You know what? I could Drunken Master, but if they have stance stripping, that's not going to work super well. I can just use Flurry. Flurry is fine. Not amazing, but it's fine. It'll do its job. Good old sneak attack. I kind of want... Okay, I don't have that here. I don't want to go grabbing it just yet. There's an increased move speed flash enchantment under no attribute that I don't currently have. It wouldn't be terrible to pick up, but I don't feel like going to grab it right now, so I'm not going to. How long is this? 3 seconds of fleeting stability? It doesn't feel quite worth it. Yeah, you know what? Okay, you know what? Let's just go get the... Go get the thing. Oh, I got dust from that. I was not expecting dust from that. Okay, let's go get... let's go through Embark Beach so I don't have to worry about hero management. I think it's probably an Eye of the... Or a, whatchamaflopper skill. A Nightfall skill. 874. Okay, let's go wander over to... I don't know, Tearc Orchard or something. Let's see. Zinshao. Again, I really wish the boat had like Dashka Inlet or something on it. I don't know how hard it would be for them to add like Dashka Inlet and Drachner's Forge. Drachner's Forge is less important to me because I can, generally speaking, but it'd be nice from here. Tearc Orchard. Okay, Kodesh Bazaar. Oh, cool. They put me right next to Brahm. That's nice. Actually, Conviction would not be a bad skill to pick up as well. How many... Yeah, I'm looking for Enchanted Haste. I got 50 skill points. Let's go grab some gold and buy a few other things while I'm here. Enchanted Haste, though, like I said, is no attributes. It is 10 energy, but gives you a bit quicker running, which is what I'm looking for. And I'll have a decent amount of energy with Warrior's Endurance. I don't know. Let's grab like 5 plat, I guess. And we'll head back over to Unwaking Waters, Luxon, and make my way continuing northward towards Leviathan Pits. Conviction. I don't know how much I would want to use Signify Slight. None of those are useful here. Yeah, I don't... Okay, maybe a bunch of these are not that interesting. Okay, there's literally one other skill that was like super interesting. It's not a bad idea to pick up Wearying Strike while I'm here. I have all of these, right? They all... Well, I wanted to use arrow keys to cycle between these, but apparently that doesn't work. So I'm not going to. Signify Slight. This is one of those skills where, like... You know what? I'll pick it up just to have it available. I don't know how much I'm going to use it. Okay, back to... Kaineng. Alright, time for the long march north. This will also protect me from that other nonsense. Hey, Fear, good to see you. How are you doing? Currently, I'm making my way to the Leviathan Pits. Yeah, I need a bit of a break from it. It's starting to drag a bit, so I just need a bit of a break from doing the slow playthrough. So I'll be picking it back up, but particularly the limited options that I have on north on the Paragon skill bar is something that's kind of getting to me. That's a good question. How does Nightfall feel compared to the other campaigns so far? So there's a couple of different areas to talk about that in. I feel mechanically it is more sound than the other campaigns. Like it feels more mechanically solid to me. Or maybe not solid, but polished, I think is perhaps a better choice of word. That said, actually I probably want one more journal skill here. I'm really, like, narratively, tonally, I don't like it as much. It definitely has a lot more, a lot more... Sorry, I'm trying to organize my thoughts and navigate at the same time. So, yeah, mechanically I feel like it's really solid. A lot of other elements just feel a lot more haphazard. It does have an impressive amount of quests. We're on episode 10. Yesterday was the 10th stream of it. And it's at like halfway, 2/3, something like that through the game. So it's definitely feels a lot longer. Because it is. It is a lot longer. There's a lot more stuff to do, which is really cool. There's a lot more challenging quests as well. Heroes are a fantastic addition. I'm feeling the press of some of the restrictions, mostly in the sense of the Paragon's limited options. And I think part of what it is right now is the sort of restrictions that I'm playing under in terms of my own skill acquisition is particularly restrictive, particularly for Paragon. So that's definitely impacting things. Actually, I'm going to switch to counterattack, I think. I could go that way. I can also go this way. Too long or good, more difficult than the others because of your rules or either way. So, like, it gives you a lot of options. So I have very mixed feelings about the quests, and so it's a little hard to kind of disentangle them. I like the presence of the number of quests that there are. I think that's interesting. I think I like that, but a lot of them feel like a lot of the writing and tone and stuff is really wonky. In terms of like the length, most of them are optional side quests, right? So you don't have to do them. So they don't really impact that angle of things for me. So that's not like a concern, if that makes sense. But the... Should I swap out Victorious Sweep for... Power attack would do more damage. I'm just trying to think about what skills I want to use for... Leviathan Sweep is because of blocking that happens. But in terms of like progression, I like the number of quests. I do think some of the quests are hard to find, which I don't necessarily dislike. It rewards players who are exploring more. It's just an observation that sometimes the quests can feel a little bit difficult to locate. Yeah, it rewards players that read the wiki. It also rewards players that explore. Part of what I'm experiencing personally is just that Paragon is really finicky to build, and the limits on the number of skills I have or that I'm using is definitely impacting things. I don't know why you bothered to daze me. Yeah, there's a certain amount of Paragon fatigue. Absolutely. I talked about that some at the start. But a lot of it is like I want to do spellcasting stuff with Paragon energy. And I'm enjoying that sort of playstyle. But I really want Lyric of Zeal to be able to kind of like come in and supplement things. And there's just a... Paragon is just like a few skills short of enough tools to be able to do the things that I want to be able to do with Paragon. And... Like, so I can show you here on Kieran. I was talking about this some earlier, but if you look at energy costs of skills, you don't really have 5 energy chants. Like, you have Anthem of Weariness, Anthem of Flame. I really wish there was an equivalent to those in Motivation. Because if I had a 5 energy, 10-second recharging, useful thing here, call it, I don't know. Like, and again, it doesn't have to be specifically those. But, like, we have Song of Purification here, right? If we had an Lyric of Purification. If Lyric of Purification was a 10-second recharge. Or if we had a version of the same sort of effect that was a 5 energy, 10-second recharge, 1-second activation time chant, or, you know, shout with no activation time, obviously. That was like, but like a chant. Say we had an area of purification that was 5 energy. Each party member, or for like 10 seconds the next time a party member with an earshot uses a spell, that party member loses a condition. Same. That like motivational chant of usefulness for 5 energy with 10-second recharge is exactly the skill that I want. Yeah. Like that, something that could be interesting on that angle would be really nice. Again, like Lyric of Purification could absolutely be that skill if it had a 10-second recharge. It's just like there's just these excuse me. There's just these like little things that would really need to be tweaked. Because like Energizing Chorus is fine. I don't mind this skill. I enjoy this skill. Chorus of Restoration is fine. Lyric of Zeal is cool, but I don't have it on Imrahil, so it doesn't matter. Which is kind of one of the things I'm running into. One of the other problems that I have is Command has like Go for the Eyes and 2 Elites and Anthem of Envy for its Adrenaline skills, right? And there just needs to be a little bit more Adrenaline over here in Command to make it a bit more interesting that way to use. But again, Adrenaline skills are extremely powerful for Paragon. Like, the whole fundamental design is kind of wonky. I wish Leadership had something interesting at, like, 6 or 7, somewhere around the 5 to 7 Adrenaline range, or maybe a couple, in, like, 5 to 7 Adrenaline range for, like, Shouts or Chants. It's just... I feel like Paragon is fundamentally really capped on the number of tools that it has in order to be able to build its bars, because you fundamentally need a balance of cheap, so either Adrenaline or 5 energy, Shouts and Chants in order to be able to trigger Leadership, because otherwise Leadership is just a really fancy version of like Expertise, making your 10 energy skills more affordable if they affect, you know, your whole party and stuff like that. So it's just one of those things where it's just like the tweaking of things is a little bit wonky. And then we have skills like Godspeed, which are just like, okay, this is when would I use this one over some of the other options, right? It's like there are certainly times where you could, but incoming and fallback are generally better. So this is kind of like wasting a potential skill spot for Paragon. Like, this is the thing. I don't have any problem with Godspeed. I think it's a cool design. A little bit weird that there's like some stuff that likes enchantments in Paragon, some stuff that doesn't, but never minding that. Like Paragon's very inconsistent that way, which isn't a problem necessarily, but it just like sends mixed signals, right? Design-wise. But the fact is Paragon has extremely limited number of skills because it only got, and Dervish has the same issue, because they only got like Nightfall and the handful of skills that every profession got in Eye of the North, right? And so there's things that Paragon would really like to be able to have that would make it play better or have a bit more variety of what it's doing, even if you're not changing leadership. That it's lacking in a few tools. And it just really needs like a bit of a retooling in places. So yeah, anyway, I'm definitely feeling the crunch of like, my options for being able to do the things I'm interested in doing feel extremely limited. And the big things that would help would be like getting Lyric of Zeal would help Imrahil a lot. Because then I could use Energizing Chorus, Lyric of Zeal, and like Remedy Signet or Signet of Aggression in order to be able to trigger the Lyric of Zeal for like energy management stuff, so that way I can then fuel the Mesmer stuff that I'm doing. And a few more Mesmer skills would help as well. And just like it comes down to part of the thing that's a bit of a trick is I can't change up Imrahil's bar very much because I just don't have access to a lot of skills on him because the process of acquiring skills is very slow. And so a lot of it's kind of like based upon the set way that I've set up the restrictions. As well, but Paragon does have some fundamental structural issues. Is this like a mole on my ear that I'm noticing? I think it is. Paragon has some fundamental like ways that it is structured issues that are the main sources of my frustration. Okay, so this boss I want to be in hard mode for to get maximum credit. Okay, hard mode for maximum credit. So anyway, that's my long-winded ramble. Part of the thing that's frustrating to me is it feels like Paragon is a profession about using a bunch of worthless skills to be able to fuel your other skills that do things. And that's also a little bit of a point of frustration. Okay, so Mohby is out here somewhere. I should probably check about where, but I think he does have a bit of a wander. Oh, cool. Skill point. Oh, I should absolutely be slotting cracked armor on somebody here. Hang on. Okay. Back again. I wasn't thinking about builds, but yeah, I need cracked armor on somebody. Probably Sasuke. Yeah, I think Sasuke. I like having Bed of Coals. I'm probably going to drop Blurred Vision. It's a useful skill, but I would rather have cracked armor. Give me my small grid so I can find things more quickly. Yeah, that seems good. Do I want to slot Blurred Vision over here on Serenia? I could do it instead of Ice Spikes. I don't think it matters that much. I don't know. We'll see. Like, the mischance from it is certainly not nothing. We'll see how much it feels like it matters. I want to make sure I have cracked armor so I can get Deep Wound off Body Blow and energy off of Shock Arrow over here for Sasuke. And just more damage in general. Okay, let me quickly check where Mohby is. Mohby Windbeak. Okay, it looks like it's kind of northwest. In a surprising turn of events, hard mode is harder than normal mode. Disrupting chopped my body blow. Well, that's just rude. But going back to kind of some of your other questions, I do like the increased number of quests overall. I feel like a lot of them are very fluffy, and there's a lot of like pop culture reference type stuff that kind of I personally find off-putting. So I do have that feelings about that going on with it. Like Drake's on a plane, for example. Like, and for me, it's like the game is a complete tonal mess. Nightfall is, where you have these collectors that are being goofy, we're collectors type of thing. Like they're aggressively using language about like a bunch of them for like, oh, we are collectors collecting things. Look at us goofy collectors. And then you also, like, at the same time, have other characters that are... Oh, you're the Primal Rage boss. Well, that was a bad choice. You have, like, stuff that's trying to be serious, and then you have, like, Saturday morning cartoon villain Varish Asa, but then General Morgan's trying to be serious, like, times... It feels like a complete tonal mess to me, which I find, like, it's just about the game, like, as a whole. Like, there's a Drake's on a Plane quest, which is nothing if not just a pop culture reference bonanza. Where is this guy more specifically? And then you have, with, like, a joke reward, right? Like, that's a super joke quest. But then you also have, like, we are allying ourselves with flesh-eating centaurs that are like, oh, now that you have killed all of these Cornins, we'll have plenty to eat for the next little bit. And it's like, So there's just all sorts of things like that going on where the tone of the game is just all over the place, and I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about anything. Am I supposed to be, like, taking it seriously? Am I supposed to not? Like, okay, I found Mohby. Mohby Windbeak. Not Windbreak, Windbeak. And I genuinely just quite wish that I had a stronger sense of... Ooh, that was so much energy. I wish I had a stronger sense of, like, what the game was... Like, I wish the game had a stronger sense of what it was about. So, while mechanically I overall am liking Nightfall better, I think its tutorial is by far the best one they've done as an example. I can't help but feel like, oh goodness, that was a serious times clumsiness. I can't help but feel like the game just does not know what the heck it's doing in terms of tone. And that is something that I'm finding frustrating as well. And I don't like I was kind of getting at, the number of quests is cool. Like I like having so many quests. The main issue that I have related to it is just the like I need a break from Imrahil's like restrictions. I think I'm going to like him a lot more once I can like get him out of that area and begin working on his other stuff more. When I'm not working under such tight restrictions and other things, and there are just so freaking many enemies right here. My team is very slowly but surely falling apart. Okay, you know what? We did good work. We cleared a lot of that out. Now we can hopefully go back and clear more of that out. I don't need to go all the way up because I already have Galahatri on my map. So that's good. In terms of like progression, I definitely like the game has been going a lot more slowly just because I've been doing all of the quests. But yeah, like I was saying, you're free to skip them if you want to. So I don't know. Hopefully that answered your questions in terms of how things are feeling for me. Boy howdy, I feel like I'm vanquishing the zone. Oh, I need to go do Finding a Purpose. That's not hard. Orless Pass, Ring of Fire. His team is not the most defensible, so I'm not surprised that we had problems with an enormous mob. Oh yeah, I also don't have Zandra. I need to go... Okay, I need to go do some stuff in Eye of the North. Let's see, it should be over this hill. Yeah, there's Windbeak. Yeah, let's kill some of these Itakanji. Yeah, for sure. I think that's I appreciate that sort of question. It's good to encourage thought. And definitely, like, if I were to kind of like summarize Nightfall, it's like the game with like the best mechanics and an okay story. It depends upon what you want from your stories. And like this is one of the things that's really difficult to do. That's good to think about. Is like, is Varish being a Saturday morning cartoon villain bad for an MMORPG? Like, it's not what I want from a villain, to be clear, or whatever. And again, this is one of those things where like I have to think about like, why do I like the Prophecy story so much more? Because I do. I like the Prophecy story a lot more. And I cannot definitively say like, oh, the Prophecy story villains are more fleshed out. If anything, they're arguably less fleshed out. But I think that kind of is a strength rather than a weakness, if that makes any sense. Boy, we're absolutely getting destroyed by Mohby's clumsinesses. Like, we've cleared out most of the support. At this point, we really should just go for him. But this is one of the things that I was observing, actually, in the... there's so many friggin' patrols here. In the Shiver Peaks. When I was in the northern Shiver Peaks, and they were telling us about the Dwarven Civil War, it made the dwarves feel really shallow. Can an MMO with its restrictions even tell a deep story with truly fleshed out villains? Yeah, because, like, the nuance in villains is one of those things that some properties really thrive on it. Really thrive on the villain. I think superhero comics, like superhero stuff in general, particularly like the more long form stuff rather than the movies, because the movies are like the Marvel movies and stuff like that. Like cinema is a different matter, but like comic books and things like that, or some of the Batman Arkham games or whatever, which is more where I have experience with this. it's like the Joker is a super compelling villain to Batman, right? And it's like the villain is kind of almost the more important character from whatever sense you want to kind of drive from it, however you want to describe it, than Batman is, right? Batman's not a particularly interesting character in terms of like who he is, right? And it's more his villains that are interesting. It's seeing how he plays off of his villains and how he relates to his villains, his rogues gallery. So there's definitely some stuff that's like for more mass appeal, because like what I'm looking at here and kind of trying to think about is kind of the difference between yeah, Kieran Thackeray got wrecked by this guy. Okay, there we go. That should complete my quest. I'm not turning these in today. There's a week coming up soon that has more rewards for doing them. I'm just going to kill these guys to give myself some space to think. And I want to go collect that black pearl. So part of the reason why I'm thinking about comic books here is comic books are made for a mass market, but they will focus on like fleshing out villains. That's part of why I'm trying to think about them here. MMOs have a lot of like fundamental problems. Guild Wars sidesteps some of them because it's instanced. Although there's been other problems that I've had with some of the narrative conceits. Actually, while I'm here, would it be worth... okay, I have all of the interesting elites there. Silent Surf. Yeah, let's drop back in here because I want to check. Air magic. I do have Gust already. Okay. I just wanted to check if I had. There we go. If I had Gust already or not. Like, MMOs... So, again, like, Guild Wars 1 versus, like, Guild Wars 2 style of MMO. The persistent world versus instant world does have some variance on this. A lot of it kind of goes to, like, what are the motivations for playing? MMOs have very broad motivations. But generally speaking, I think MMOs are speaking in some way or another to what I would call a broad appeal. And broad is not the best word for this. But what I mean by this is like... Okay, I have Remnant of Antiquities. Let's go normal mode and go hunt a black moa bird. From Durheim Archives, I think. Like... I'm gonna... Do I want to keep Leviathan Sweep or do I want... I kind of want to slot in Power Attack. Just because it does a lot of damage. And I don't think there's going to be as much knockdown, or much, the other thing here. Blocking. That's it. So, like, when I say broad, again, it's not the best term, but, like, what I'm envisioning in my head is, people going kind of like... How do I articulate this? I know the thought that's in my mind, and it's a matter of trying to figure out how to turn it into words. So it's this idea of... Wow, I almost need divert hexes in here. It's this idea of going like... It's basically like more of a customization, more of a like role play customization, doing your own thing, right? MMOs generally are about trying to appeal to players' desire to kind of do their own thing in a social setting. Like, there's definitely an important social element of MMOs, traditionally speaking. Because, like, why are you not just playing a single-player game? Like, why are you playing Elder Scrolls Online instead of just Elder Scrolls? Like, instead of Skyrim or something. Right, and, like, there has to be a distinct reason why you're doing that. And the appeal is being able to play with other players, right? That's intrinsically the appeal here. Well, RC really makes Shockwave a lot less of a problem. But when you're trying to kind of go that more like broad path, as it were, more like, it's hard to do something specific. It's hard to tell a specific story when you're trying to do that sort of stuff. Yeah, like, and that's where, like, I'm sure then you liked Guild Wars' PvP, right? And Guild Wars' PvP was a great thing. Like, it allowed you to have a very interesting competitive environment, and a very unique competitive environment too, which I frankly miss. And so, like, the general thing about, like, MMOs is that it kind of works off of this broader, like, you're doing something in a social setting framework. Now, Guild Wars 1 doesn't quite have some of the same issues, but in general, that's the sort of thing that applies. As I think about it, I feel like an MMO is just a very bad venue for delivering a story in general of, like, a specific thing that is happening. And I think is a much... Where is this Mender? I think is a much better venue for delivering, like, a combination of, frankly, like, just have it be a place where there's stuff that happens, right? You're just telling the story of a world. What is the world alive and doing? I feel like you would want almost more of like an RTS or 4X style of storytelling, where you're not telling a specific story. You just kind of have a bunch of systems that are interacting that result in kind of world stuff happening, as well as a combination of, like, Dark Souls style lore delving. Hello, molecular mushroom. Which just brings us back to the question: is a Sunday/Saturday morning cartoon villain a bad thing in an MMO? I mean, I don't know that it necessarily is. It's just not what I want from a story. It's kind of what it comes down to. And, like, this goes back to also the why do I like Prophecy's story better question that I find interesting to try to process. I'm going to give a moment for energies to recover. Both Sasuke and Talcor are both kind of low, actually. Okay. Looks like it's a little bit better. Because, like, it's really hard to argue that the Lich is a more complex or interesting villain than Varish. My main problem with Varish is... Frankly, my main problem with Varish is that we have, like, too much... Like, we have the Meanwhiles that show her what she's doing, and she's, like, mustache twirling... We're going to summon the Dark God now! Like, but why, right? And like, this goes back to, if we didn't have the interstitial scenes showing us what's going on with her, it would be a lot... It would remove a lot of that Saturday morning cartoon villain feel to me. Because that feel is largely derived from seeing too much and too little at the same time. Which is something... Warrior with Scythe is good times. So to kind of, like, step back to what I was talking about with the Deldrimmer Dwarves, something that I have is a problem with the Deldrimmer Dwarves. Or not the Deldrimmer Dwarves, but the Dwarf conflict in general, that we are particularly presented in Borless Pass, is there's just too much information about it, that makes everything just kind of feel shallow. And like this goes back to more of a broad lore building sort of thing. Yeah, we need to take this Mender out. I don't know how much we needed to heal party there, friend, but sure. Of like, did they even need to spend time making a story? Man, now you're really getting me thinking. Good conversation, Fear. So, like, because, like, I feel like so you have players that want to dig into the lore. So what if, for the lore, instead of, like, worrying about a present-day story, you more have a world, and it's just like, here's the world. It is the world. Go do stuff in the world. We don't need to tell you why you're going through the world. You just want to explore the world. Some players want some sort of story, so you can give them something fairly string you along. But focus more of the lore development on, like, Dark Souls-style archaeology. Of, like, hey, you can learn about the world and what stuff has happened here, rather than worrying about what stuff is happening. And then just, like, here's places to go look at and dig into. But this is, like, one of those things that kind of goes back to, like, Tolkien, where Lord of the Rings was an incredibly influential book on a lot of people. And there's a lot of things that make that story work. But, oh my goodness, that is so many spawns. Okay, well, let's deal with some of this. I had a bunch of dudes spawn in over here as well. I don't know if they're going to attack me or not. But I just saw them pop in. I don't trust them. Yeah, Tolkien was a great world builder. I actually just read Lord of the Rings for the first time recently with my sister. We read through it and then watched the movies. The movies were a lot worse after reading the book. I loved the movies when they came out for the Lord of the Rings. But after reading the book, it's just like, but the book did it so much better. I've read the Silmarillion, but it's been quite a while, so I don't remember the details. And I read The Hobbit a long while ago as well. I haven't read any of his other stuff. My sister has a bunch of it, though. I could borrow from her if I wanted to. But the sort of, like, story of Lord of the Rings is so intricately balanced, of, like, making the world feel menacing while giving you a lot of, like, bright spots to discover. I think you could kind of use some of those ideas to make a really interesting experience in an MMO. Of just, like, how you're setting stuff up. But, like, that's one of the things, though, is, like, Dark Souls lore is really interesting to uncover, and it's a very archaeological experience, which many players have really enjoyed and really dug into. And I feel like an MMO would be an interesting place to deliver on that sort of thing as well. Have you considered Shell Shock? Acolyte Sasuke. Okay, you have. Good. But it's kind of one of those things where, okay, so I keep veering off on tangents. So this thing that I'm talking about with, like, how much information is revealed. I don't need to know a lot about the char. They can just be an unknown monstrous force attacking us, right? That's all that they need to be. That's all the more role that they need to play in the narrative. And, like, I get what their role is, and that's cool. I don't need to know details about them to find them, because like that is not about the char, right? I think the thing is, as soon as you try to make it about the villain, you have to make sure that the villain is like interesting to know about. Yeah. Yeah. Like I definitely wouldn't like. I don't know how Lord of the Rings Online works, but the thing is fundamentally about Middle Earth is that there's very specific points at which you have things like the Lord of the Rings that occur. After the Lord of the Rings is done, is not going to be the same world as Lord of the Rings. I, I think Latra is still alive, but I haven't looked into it at all. Okay, so this is done. That's further north. Those are elsewhere. This is not the time to do that. I'm not doing any vanquishes today. Well, I mean, let's go to the Garden of Severheen, I guess. But the idea of the world feels menacing, because this is the thing that really struck me when my sister and I were reading Lord of the Rings, is like the heroes are constantly actually, let's suspend this thought while I clear out my inventory. And I'm going to see if ad breaks work. Hey, they work. Cool. Okay, let's clear out my inventory here. Step 1, I don't need this staff. Step 1, I don't need the staff. Okay, thank you. That'll clear out space so I can salvage things. Yes, give me those delicious, delicious crafting materials. Give me a salvage kit so I can continue to get more of these delicious, delicious crafting materials. This would be better to soup salvage. Yeah, I got some silk out of that one. I should probably just soup salvage more often than I do. Or expert salvage, or whatever you want to call it. Higher tier salvage. Okay, I'm going to guess chitin's not worth anything right now. What an absolute garbage chakram. Bone lace. Vitae, I think, is worth something. Let's salvage this. And let's get the Vitae out of this. Okay. Right then. So, to kind of resume that thought, one of the things that really struck me about Lord of the Rings when I read it is how often, like, the random things that happen are good for the protagonists. So, for example, if anybody want to know what that gold was, is armor +5, energy -5, jeweled chakram. So if anybody, like, I have no use for this thing, so I'm just going to merchant it. Check the material trader to see if chitin has any possible value. Oh, maybe a little bit. Sure. Nope, not really. Whatever. I was already in the menu, so I might as well sell it there. So, for example, Tom Bombadil, Farmer Maggot shows up at a good time. Trying to remember stuff. There's a bunch of different things where it's just like things go well for the heroes, the protagonists, like constantly in The Lord of the Rings. They're constantly getting lucky in positive ways and having good things happen to them. It's just all over the place. But the world, like the sense of the world in despair, the sense of like being on a knife's edge, the sense that like all of the good things that happen, all of the allies that they find, just not quite being like, they're not able to overcome the darkness on their own. Like they have to have this mission of getting the ring to Mordor succeed if they're going to have any hope of things working out. is extremely just... It's so powerfully there. Actually, I think Weapon of Warding might be preferable. It's just so presently there. It's just... It permeates and pervades the entire thing. And so, like, that sense of we need to get the ring... Like, the ring... The journey of the ring needs to succeed, or everything else we do does not matter. Right? And, like, all of the things that come together for the Battle of Pelennor Fields. Like, the luck that they have there of timing makes it feel like they've just barely survived by the skin of their teeth. And just all sorts of things that way, where it's like... oh, this character is... Okay. This quest can be quite the ordeal. Let's go get wrecked by some dudes. Man, Bip is so frightening to look at going off. But it's just one of those things where it's like, the way that that works is like, you just get the omnipresent sense of like, there are dark forces everywhere that we can't actually overcome. The quantity of them is too great, but this little pocket we can do something about. Is just incredibly powerful. And part of what it means is that surprises are often good. Like, when a surprise thing happens in The Lord of the Rings, more often it is a positive thing happening than a negative thing happening. Because the constant state is negative, right? The constant state is negative, so that way the contrast is these positive spikes that keep happening. It's just really fascinating to me, the way that it works. These Mirage Boga are going to be really annoying. Well, at least I am heavily focused on energy skills, so it's not going to be as devastating that way. Whew, these elementalists are having a party here. Okay, I'm going to give a moment for some of these hexes to wear off, so as to not overstress my party. But it's just one of those things where, like, that framework is really interesting. And I think you could do something like that in an MMO where you have, like, specific, like, towns that you kind of come across. That's another question, too, is, like... Because some of the things I think are problems for MMOs, I think levels are a huge problem for MMOs. And the reason why I say that is because what you run into with levels is you intrinsically invalidate portions of your content. You just run into content problems. And players love levels, don't get me wrong. They love making numbers go up. So it's like, I don't think there's necessarily a good solution to this. Like, there's an easy solution, which is just like, okay, levels are a bad idea. We should get rid of them. They make our content, like, wear out in a specific sort of way. And, like, trying to design stuff to be a bit more flat in terms of, like, the player's power level remaining kind of flat. So you, like, make the beginning areas weaker and the later areas harder, but the player's, like, avatar stays at a more or less steady-ish power level. Maybe goes up a little bit because of options rather than, like, raw stats. Like, that sort of approach, which is kind of what Guild Wars 1 does, quite frankly, I think is better for an MMO sort of design, but comes with the problem that players really like making numbers go up. So, like, psychologically, that's a terrible solution, even if practically it's a brilliantly, like, it's just such a good thing to do. Oh my goodness, this Crippling Anguish does what Crippling Anguish does. Okay, I need to actually, like, land hits on some of these enemies here. Even though it's not about levels in this case, Guild Wars delayed that very cycling all content with hard mode. You can make hard mode in a game scale with levels. Yeah, you could. But it only works with an instanced game. Like, that's one of the things, is, like, hard mode doesn't work in Guild Wars 2 in the persistent open world, right? Like, you can't put it there. It intrinsically doesn't work. because you need to be able to instance it, so that way you could like be, oh, this map is now in the hard mode version. So unless you can do that, and this is one of the things, is I don't actually like persistent open world MMOs because I think they have a lot. Yeah, only for dungeons or other instance content. Yeah, exactly. But like you could absolutely do it in those sorts of areas. But I mean, I don't know what makes for good MMO for what other players want. I can just tell you what I think would be interesting to me to have to play. And like to me, having a game that's more like something that I've reflected on is that for the most part, I don't actually like levels in games. Because the problem that I have with levels in games, like characters having levels where they level, is that for the most part, I just find it terribly uninteresting. Making numbers go up doesn't mean that things play differently unless you're actually hitting like breakpoints for things. So, for example, you get a level and now you can one-shot something before that you were two-shotting, or you two-shot something you were three-shotting. That sort of thing where you kind of tick over. I probably should have done the Alpha Tyrannus first, but whatever, we're going about it this way. But anyway, so I personally don't find that very interesting. What I find interesting, like, Pokemon levels I don't mind. And I was reflecting on, like, okay, why do I... Which reminds me I need to get back to the other topic. Why do I not mind levels in Pokemon? Well, it's because there's interesting things happening at different points in different levels, and evolution is an interesting thing happening. There's also orthogonal systems to the level system for advancement. There's choices to be made about what moves you're using. Like, there's just a lot more interesting sort of play, and the combat's engaging. So, like, the way that it works means that levels don't feel like the focus of progression. They are an aspect of progression. And there's other angles. Or, like, okay, there's the Ripe and Mirage Bow guy. I need to take that out. Or, like, in Dark Souls, levels are not... They don't quite work the same way. They're not a gated mechanism like they often are. So it's just like there's different things that kind of contribute to that. But it's interesting to think about. Get back here, Jin. But yeah, to kind of get back to that thing that I was talking about like how much we know about the villains. I think part of the reason why I enjoy the Guild Wars 1 story more is it's not about the villains as much. You think the open worlds aren't truly open worlds anyway? You always guide the player from area to area, be it due to level or other difficulty or quest scaling. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's always going to be the case. There's always techniques that game designers are going to use to be able to direct and guide players around the world. Otherwise, you get overwhelmed by options, right? So you need to figure out how to manage options. That way players are able to figure out what they want to do. Don't feel overwhelmed by it. I don't know why that would necessarily be controversial, but... But yeah, so it's one of the things where I was reflecting on of like, because they constantly are telling me that the Stone Summit are xenophobic, like that's their motivation. I actually want to look up Norn catering so I'm not wandering all over the place for this. Norn catering. Okay, this is the map that I was wanting. Okay, so I just need to go north from here, and then I'm going to need to go back east. So, like, the, the Char we don't know much about the Char. We know that their motivations are kind of like, this was their land once or something. They hate us, they want to eat us, whatever. Like, it doesn't really matter. They are just a nameless villain to fight. Like, you don't care about what the motivations of orcs are. But as soon as you're like, oh, these dwarves are xenophobic, and that's why they're attacking you all the time, it's like, but why? Like, it's one of those things, once they start opening the can of motivations, you want to know why those motivations are there. Like, what's going on with that? How did this come to be? Sort of thing. Or at least this is how I feel. So it's like, if you hadn't tried to explain why the Stone Summit dwarves are enemies, I wouldn't care about why the Stone Summit dwarves are enemies. But now that you've explained it, you made it seem really shallow. Because it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like this curve of like, there's a certain amount of information you can give that implies depth, and then there's a certain amount of information you give that just makes it appear that there isn't any more depth, that it's just like shallow, and you've just not gotten deep on it. It's just like, I don't know, we just put some stuff in here. It just makes it feel like it's not really fleshed out. And then there's another part where you go beyond that and things are actually feeling like, okay, there's a lot of depth here to uncover. There's a lot of like nuance in things. And so like, this is what I think Saturday morning cartoon villain is it feels like it's shallow. In a way, they need to have either an understandable and fleshed out motivation or not at all. Yeah, that's exactly it. That is exactly it. Because, like, Saturday morning cartoon villain syndrome is their motivation is we're evil. And, like, that's it. Like, that's Saturday morning cartoon villain. And so on the one side of it, you just are like, they're unknown, right? And so we as the players can insert anything that we want in there. On the other side, we have the depth and nuance and, okay, how are they the hero of their own story, right? Because you kind of get to that end. How are they the hero of their own story? Okay, there's the ripened Boga over there. We'll fight through these guys first, though. Because you kind of either need to explain how they're the villain of their own story, what's their worldview, how does it make sense to them, or you need to leave them be an unknown other. Because if you imply depth but never back up on depth, like, you can imply depth without, like, supplying it. If you kind of, like, leave enough tendrils that it doesn't, like, answer things. Or you can, like, have all of the depth there and have, like, actual explanations for things. But if you go at this level where it's like, we've gotten their baseline motivations, but we haven't really gotten deeper than that, and it feels that way to the consumer of the media. It doesn't actually really matter what it is. Games, movies, TV, whatever. Books. Then you just kind of hit this level of, like, why should I... Like, these things seem really shallow, right? And when they seem really shallow like that, it's just... I don't know. I feel like my thoughts are not coalescing super well because I'm... Yeah, let them be completely over the top. Borderlands, Handsome Jack. Then you need a certain tone to your game. Yeah, that's the thing. Like there's different ways of handling it. Or like the Joker from Batman Arkham games, right? Is super over the top. And that works for that character. It makes him interesting and compelling because he's verbally engaging and interesting, but you can also kind of like understand where he's coming from in his over the topness. But yeah, like there's tonal things. Like, and the thing is, like, there's nothing intrinsically wrong with Saturday morning cartoon villain. Yeah, it's a shallow design, but there's value to that, right? Because it's readable, it's understandable, it's not confusing. The lack of nuance is sometimes an asset. The problem is when the game feels like it's trying to have nuance and not have nuance at the same time, or whatever, you know. It doesn't have to just be game, but when it feels like it's trying to both have nuance and not have nuance at the same time, that's where you run into problems. So, for example, Morgan feels like he's trying to be a very nuanced take on things. Like, he's known Varish since she was a child, and he believes in her, and like there's supposed to be some meat and some complexity to General Morgan. Like, there's a reason why he was following Varish, why he was blinded to what was going on. And that would work if we could understand Varish, like how Varish came to be where she is, and if we had more details on what was going on with her, if there's like more nuance. I'm going to let my party catch up because we're all spread out. But like as it is, Varish being a Saturday morning cartoon villain does not work with Morgan being a more nuanced character because his nuance is reliant upon her nuance, if that makes sense. And so like you can't have complexity and simplicity at the same time that way. Like the things are like they're oil and water, they're just not mixing. And so like that's kind of where some of the problem is, I think, for me. It's been a really interesting discussion. I thank you Fear, for helping inspire it. But yeah, so like the Char, for example, or the Undead, or the Lich. Like the Lich's motivations are he wants power. We don't really need to know more than that because wanting power is an understandable motivation. It's unclear that Varish would get power or like... But like the thing with Varish is like it's supposed to be a more nuanced situation in part because of Morgan. Or like Shiro Togachi, like so much of his actions and what happens relies on who he is as a character, and then his character feels underdeveloped. And so it's like, plus, like, I mean, Guild Wars Factions also has this issue where it feels like, on the one hand, it's supposed to be about... These guys are so obnoxious to fight. Really? Okay, well, I guess you got me. Where it feels like it's supposed to be about the Kurzik and Luxon conflict, and then it's also not about the Kurzik and Luxon conflict at all. It's about this other thing. I really wish that... I really wish that Guild Wars Factions had been focused a bit more on the factions angle of things. But this kind of goes back to, like, what do we need for a story? Or what makes for a compelling story for, like, an MMO? Because, like, there's going to be players who want some sort of story to play through. So how do you respond to that while not draining a ton of resources into it? Because most of what you need to focus on is, like, making an interesting world to play in and interesting things to do. And then you also need to provide stuff for the role-playing players to be able to figure out how they're role-playing within the context of your game. Because there are people who want to do that. Okay, there's the ripened Mirage Boga. There are people like Katie who want to be able to write fan fiction about, you know, how their characters are doing things and what's going on in their lives. Which is cool. Like, that's a cool angle of engagement. But then there's also people who are going to want, like, what is this angle of this experience like? Or how am I accumulating resources? How am I showing off my bling? And things like that. It's a tricky problem. MMOs are an extremely tricky problem to solve. And I think the biggest difficulty with MMOs, and it's true of games in general, but MMOs in particular, is MMOs are trying to appeal to such a broad audience that figuring out how to allocate your resources efficiently is extraordinarily difficult. I still maintain that open world is just an absolutely difficult as all get out design to do. That's why I felt the focus on the factions would have actually been great. It worked for WoW as well. Make it a world at war and create small storylines around the conflict. Yeah, that's the thing. Is I think it's much better to have, like, quest chains telling stories than to try to have too much of an overarching story. Like, I think if I were trying to design Guild Wars as an MMO type thing, I would focus more on... I would have less emphasis on the story, despite the fact that I really love the story of here, I need to scroll through these and I can get my brain going again. Okay, cool. Despite the fact that I really love the story of Guild Wars Prophecies, like, I think overall it would be better to focus on small individual stories that can then guide you from place to place and things like that. How much loot do I have? This is an interesting shield design. Leaf on the wind. I'll set that to the side for the moment. Let's get these plant fibers out of these sentient spores, eh? As much as I can, anyway. Alright. I'm curious, Jolvor, what do you make? This guy gives you... Yeah, command training, and you can get a max damage weapon. Jolvor... Okay, just makes this standard Tyrian stuff. Cool. But like focusing on the factions and the conflict there, I think makes a lot of sense. Okay, I want to go to Alcasia Tangle, which is down here. Kentha is an everlasting conflict between Lex and Kurzik. You have storylines around both sides trying to gain the upper hand, maybe some content around the ministry trying to govern the country, and there you go. Throw in a few tragic individual fates and done. Yeah, I mean, you have your Romeo and your Juliet story. That's an obvious one to include. Though they did do that temporarily. With some of the stuff that they did. I might want to give that to a hero. But like your Romeo and Juliet story is an obvious include, and you can do some other stuff along those lines. Yeah, and like, but I agree with you. And like, you focus it largely on that conflict, and you put a lot of your efforts in there, and that's kind of all you need to do, really. Okay, let's go hunt an Alpha Tyrannus. And yeah, you kind of can focus on that. You can have some stuff in Kainang City about like, oh, the gangs are causing problems or whatever. You don't really need a story so much as you just put in a lot of threads. You just put in a lot of threads that go places. And I think that's compelling enough. And I should... Where's my CERN title?
Why are you bothering me?
Sometime when I get to it, I'll be doing Jessica Navad. In like... No, that's the thing, is like Factions has this whole Shido plot, but it feels like there's enough stuff going on that you really do not need him. He feels like he's being injected into the world, not a part of it. Does this give me the location? Okay, it's over there. Yeah, I don't know. That'd be quicker from a different zone, but we're going over that way. And like, the thing too with Shido is that it's just, who is he? Like, it's a fundamentally super important question to the game, but like, it's not really explored very well. Because this is the thing, right? Like, and it's true of both Shido and it's true of Varish as well. We get the choices that they make, but not who they are and why they make them. And who they are and why they make the choices that they do are incredibly important to the story, the stories of their respective games that they're in. And without that detail of like who is Varish Asa, we either need to not have anything about like what's going on with her, so that way she's just some like external force. Or we need to have more detail. This is the thing that I keep going back to. Because, like, fundamentally, like, Nightfall's story hinges on why is Varish Asa so devoted to Abaddon? What brought that about? Like, Something that they could have done very simply is have her at the end dying say something like, "Thank you, I'm free." Something like that would suddenly just cut you, right? If they had gone that direction with her, where it's like she's been suborned, to use a word that my sister likes to use all the time. She's been, like, effectively, her will has been enslaved to Abaddon. Like, we need to know how that happened, right? But if you go somewhere in that direction, like, that to me is more interesting and makes her a more interesting character. Rather than just like, oh, she's just fully in the Abaddon camp, but why? Like, it's, you either need to answer the question of why does Varish Asa worship Abaddon? That's really what it comes down to, is you need to answer that question. And according to my memory, they never did. They never answered the question of why Varish Asa worships Abaddon. And without that, the story for Nightfall just falls flat for me. And like likewise for Shiro, it's like, who is Shiro? How did these things come about?
Why are you
Did he have a snapping moment? Like, another thing that would also help, and I don't know if this is the case or not, but if they establish how Abaddon in Nightfall, how Abaddon's able to, because like Nightfall can retroactively make the faction story work better if they're able to explain how Abaddon's able to gain power and control over people. And I don't know if any of the side quests do this or not. I'll be curious to see. Once we start doing some more of those quests. Okay, the Alpha Tyrannus up there is my target. I want to take out this group. In particular, Raptors. I want to damage before they get the defenses up. There's a lot of knockdowns happening to me here. All right. Now you. It's interesting thinking about all of this. World building and storytelling stuff. Thinking about how they impact each other. Okay, you. Well, the good news is I have an RC, which works well against Twisting Jaws. Bad news is Vec just got his face handed to him. Okay, good. Alpha Tyrannus down. That's all I need to do for that quest. I've already done the wedding, so I don't know. This catering is a bit awkward because I have him in my party. You don't get Kieran Thackeray into your party without doing the wedding. There are some massive T-Rexes around here. Hey, Pharaohthrax, are you... I need to take out your shins. This is a random question, but does anybody else get sore shins if they walk enough? I have a tendency to get sore shins. Oh, I should have done finding a purpose. Oh well. Let's go turn in catering. Get that quest finished. Yeah, a lot of the stuff I should higher level salvage, I think. Black Moa. Hey, Lieutenant Thackeray. Ah, my good friend returns victorious, and just in time too. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why I hadn't done that one, but apparently I hadn't. Remnant of Antiquities. This is the Sepulchre of Dragomar boss, right? I don't necessarily want to do that one right now. What I actually want to do is I want to go up to Gunner's Hold, because I don't have... I have Kamu, but I do not have Zandra, which seems like an oversight that I want to correct. Okay, did he just give me a platinum? Okay, cool. Okay, so do I have a... This is an important question. I probably have... I meant to rage! That's a fun one, but not what I would want to use here. I'm looking for a... Okay, grants Nornish victory. So I use this? To win at the fighting tournament? Can this character even do this bar? Almost. What's the skill that I'm missing? I don't know if this is actually good here. Parasitic Bond. I mean, I can go get that. It seems like it might be important because it's healing. Okay, I need different armor and stuff. I think I want my knight set here. This stuff is my Sentinel's armor. It's just... Yeah. Major swordsmanship. Okay, Parasitic Bond. I have no idea how well this is going to work. We'll find out together. I overall like this armor piece. I think I'd like it a bit more if she had some more definition to her shoulder blades. As it is... I think that would be good to have. Okay, do we have a skill trainer? I feel like there should be a skill trainer around here somewhere. But I legitimately don't know where. Ah, there we are, Sida. I feel like Parasitic Bond would be a skill that would be available here. I don't think I'll need 5 platinum. I'm just grabbing 5 platinum in advance. Bone sometimes has value.
Hail, Lowlander.
Okay, I should have Plague Touch as well. I wasn't coming here to get Plague Touch, but that's a useful skill to have access to, so... And I'm going to grab Demonic Flesh while I'm here, because that can also be useful. Cool. I have no idea if this is going to work. I've apparently used it before. 60 health doesn't seem very strong off of that. So I don't know. I don't know if this is going to work, is what I'm saying. But it apparently has in the past, so I'll give it a shot or two. Add to my stack of Bison Championship tokens.
Are you lost?
Here, have this, please. Probably going to buy some free hats on other characters with these. Okay, Magni the Bison. I have a tournament to attempt to win. Round 1 fight. Yes. I don't know what to expect from this bar. Why do I have Grenth's Balance on this character? Okay, well, whatever. We've got a low Shaw. Parasitic Bond's probably there in order to make the knockdown work. Now that I think about it. Not even my father would hit such a beautiful face. That's a depressing statement. He needs a new dad. This is a strength shield. Should I be swapping to a tactics shield? I think I have more tactics than strength. I think it doesn't matter much either way. Do I have... Yes, here it is. Emersat shield. It's tactics. Take a giant damage spike, I guess? I feel like this can kill her eventually, but it's gonna take a while. Have an assassin? Well, I mean, I beat her. I don't think this is the most optimal build I could potentially be using, but... Run for your life. I wonder if I can dye this thing a more neutral color. Because, like, I have some more reddish armors and stuff, but... I don't know why I just used that. It's not going to do much here. Well, that didn't do much either. Yeah, that's not surprising. I don't understand the idea behind this bar. It doesn't seem very good. Okay, I'm just gonna whatever. This is not. It's not a. I get the sentiment behind it, but it doesn't make sense. I think if I wanted more of an endurance thing, I'd want to go more heavily into strength anyway for like defy pain. An additional 20 armor and just raw minus damage seems good. Seems better than Grunt's Balance. I think Grunt's Balance is because it lets you steal a bunch of health from Magni. I don't know. Maybe I could have played better against Sin. You know, I'll just take it. I'll just run it back. I don't feel like trying to think about a bar at the moment. Sagalon. But this armor is dyed more of a brown, which I like. Finish him is actually pretty important here. That's the impression I'm getting. Again, though, I just want to get Zandra. That's why I'm here. So I need her to spawn. It's Milani again. She's just a little bit of a slog. I can heal against her pretty easily with Parasitic Bond, though. Because her attack skills will make it get stripped, and that'll heal me. Could I have been wrong for once? I don't know. Yeah, I feel like this is here to deal with Magni the Bison. I think there's other options that I could use, though. I might try swapping to more of a Defy Pain type build. Oh, hi, Zoe. I mean, if you want to drop your book. I don't object. Well, I just got Zoe's journal, so I can do the Black Moa chick quest again. Kamu, you're not who I'm looking for. Wobble, 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 wobble. I have bad news. There we go. Okay, this is overall doing pretty well. It just did not work against Sin at all, because she just does too much damage too quickly. Oh, Gwen might suck as well. We'll find out. We will find out. Okay, you know what? When I get enough energy... not enough energy. Yeah, I wanted to get Grant's balance off on her. But, oh well. I did not. Okay, let's just reconfigure this. Grant's balance does not seem like it's useful. Parasite Bond is a bit goofy. Final Thrust is not great. I like having these. Finish Him is useful. This definitely needs a Surin scan, though. Oh, I have Necrosis as well. Oh, I see why I don't have a Surin. Oh, no, there it is. For a second, I thought I didn't have a Surin scan. I was going to be like, this ain't working. Gash? No, Gash doesn't work if the person isn't using... yeah. I would need Deadly Riposte to trigger. See, I don't mind this. 1, 2, 3. Finish Him is a good finisher. I could use Gladiator's defense. I don't need curses. I would rather have that point in tactics. Just make these a little bit stronger. Auspicious Parry is an option. It's a bit defensive. I could use Thrill of Victory. I could also use... I think I like the idea of... Oh, do I not have Steady Stance on this character? No, I don't. Okay, so I can't do the Steady Stance build. That's alright. I could bring Crippling Slash and Gash. I can bring Gladiator's Defense. But that's pushing too hard into this theme, I think. That's also the issue I have with Auspicious Parry. What I need damage, just like raw damage. I could always go like Urson Blessing and see how well Urson Blessing can take down something like this. Instead of like Finish Him or something, but I don't know. I'm not too enamored with that idea. I do Desperation Blow Steady Stance, but without Steady Stance, that build does not work. I don't think Crippling Slash is much good. I could go 100 Blades. I could just go Quivering Blade Plague Touch. Put a couple points in curses just so I can find Plague Touch. My goodness. The logic here is this lets me transfer conditions if I fight Milani. in order to be able to kind of do stuff that way. Of course, this bar doesn't have any self-healing, which... Maybe instead of Endure Pain, I bring Healing Signet? I think I like slightly less strength, slightly more tactics. I do want some strength because it gives me armor penetration, which... well, only one attack skill, though. I don't think that matters. Okay, let's just never mind strength. Let's just... Tactics, throw spare points in strength. I don't know. I'm going to try something like this. These can defend me while I'm healing. I don't know if this is a good idea or not.
Are you lost?
Maybe 100 Blades would be a better choice instead of Quivering Blade. That's possible as well. And then this works as my Hex to trigger Up in Vanguard. Oh, and I need that back. I'm gonna get... Okay, I did not. Didn't have the energy for that. This is not working out super well. She is using Orb of Restoration. That's not helping me. There we go. Got there with Finish Him. I feel like 100 Blades might have been better than Quivering Blade there. Possibly. Oh, good. Zandra. Now all I need to do is beat her. I'll unlock her, and that's kind of been what my goal is. I wouldn't mind actually winning the tournament, but... I feel like there's better characters to try to win the tournament on. There we go. Zandra unlocked. Curses, you've beat me fair and square. Maybe I'd have been better off... but these are in tactics, and I'm definitely using these. I could definitely go a very different direction, though, where I'm trying to tank instead and whatnot. I think that might be a better direction. Now I'm kind of curious to try. Panaku, you seem not very strong. Just my feelings on the matter. Ah, Morgan. You block the next melee attack against you. I'm actually kind of feeling like there's not enough melee attackers here to make these super good. Troll Unguent's not a very powerful healing skill, General Morgan. I hate to tell you this, but somebody needs to. Alright, well, feels like it's going a bit better than the other one, but I've also not run into some of the things that were roadblocks. I'm also not sure how I beat Menlo if I run into him. Maybe between me and the Ebon Vanguard we can get enough pressure in. And of course, Shido's Blade would help. For great justice. For great justice indeed. You're not particularly dangerous, Talon. Well, that means I probably get to fight Magni the Bison, so that's cool. How do these, like, thin, filigree wing pieces above the cup of this breastplate not break off? Counter blow. That's just mean. Well, apparently you can just go toe-to-toe with Magni the Bison if you have this build. So that's cool. It's just a matter of getting to him. That's the trick. Well, I will take my victory token. And my Zandra being unlocked. Yeah, that's right. Once you get this, you can get the nesting materials. That's how this works. I'm remembering mechanics. Or not the nesting materials, the nests thing. I forget what you need for it. I'm not... I might do it again, but I'm not looking to do it right this moment. That's for sure. It gives me use for spiritwood planks. Wonder how much black minis sell for black Moa chicks. Oh, right. This is the first one. That might be fun to go do. What's the current... Hang on. This is easy enough to figure out in LA. I'm going to go ask our friend Foreman the Crier. Yo, Foreman the Crier, what's up? Elonian support bonus. Adventuring in the land of the Golden Sun is twice as fun, or at least twice as rewarding. Double Sunspear and Lightbringer points for almost everything except completed books. Oh, well then. That's nice, I guess. Highly irrelevant to what I'm doing right now, though. Actually, I'm going to go do this while I'm single person. Because I need to go help a certain ritualist find a purpose. Also, I need not this bar. Okay, Master of Whispers, Talcora. Prius, are you... Yep, totally. That's what I thought. That is what I thought. Kieran Thackeray. You know what? I feel like a ranger. What are you doing, Pyrofear Shot? Oh, you're some sort of... Yeah, I imagine you just have this because you're charming a pet. Okay, let's do you. Let's bring Haida. Not doing that. Maybe? Yeah, not doing that. I'm going to do something different with her. And then let's bring Livia? Question mark? Yeah, Livia. Okay, cool. No, restoration. You need channeling. I mean, that's fine. I think I would rather you use Death Pact Signet, though. I don't know why you have some of the skills you have. Okay, Death Pact Signet. Splinter Weapon. Where's the... I mean, Gaze from Beyond's not bad. But I was actually wanting the... Yeah, this one. Gaze of Fury is really useful here. It's going to be replaced with Thunderclap. I wish there was a few... some different dervish... Or different dervish... Some more variety in elites here. in curses. What do I want? I guess Signet of Spirits is just good, so I might as well just slot that in. There's nothing I really want from curses. Pain of Disenchantment, maybe? Yeah, let's just roll with Pain of Disenchantment instead. That's fine. You know what? Maybe this is alright. But I'm actually going to swap you over to Motivation. I think Motivation does this sort of thing a little bit better. You do not need Mirror of Disenchantment. Epidemic is sweet with Stunning Spirit or Stunning Strike, though, so I like keeping that going. Energizing Chorus is good. Give me a... no, where's the... What's this one? Lyric of Zeal. You don't need a res. Signet of Aggression is a good idea. And Anthem of Flame, maybe? No, let's give you Aria of Zeal. There we go. That'll do some stuff. This feels extremely redundant with things. I'd actually rather go Command here. Because I would rather give you Anthem of Envy and Crippling Anthem. And then Body Shots. You don't need Arcing Shot. You do need Savage Shot, Body Shot. And... yeah, you can have Antidote Signet. That seems fine. Not amazing with RC, but fine. Do I want to keep running her as RC though? That's a good question. No, I think I'm going to switch her over to Shield of Regen. And that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Most of these are fine. Yeah, let's just give her Shield of Regen. That does make me a little short on condition removal if I do that. So maybe... maybe I do leave her RC. It's probably fine. Okay, what do I want me to do? What do I even have for Paragon skills? I'm curious if I've gotten many on this character. Nope. This character has not gotten... cool, that's fine. I didn't really need her to have. I got some elemental stuff. I got some assassin stuff. Let's just grab some like random deadly arts, maybe. I don't really feel a need for tactics right now. Turn scan is probably a good idea, but yeah, let's go deadly arts. Let's take a couple points out of that in order to get up to 9 strength, and then use my strength thing here. Signet of Deadly Corruption seems pretty cool. Shadow Fang seems like it could be fun. And Iron Palm strikes me as handy. Then I want Crippling Slash, Gash. Signet of Malice feels a little redundant. I kind of want Symbolic Strike, but I kind of would want an additional Signet or two to fuel that. So I don't think I'm going to. Yeah. I'm just thinking about what I want for skills. Let's see. I get a couple of... Oh, I can just slot these in with PvE only skills. So whirlwind attacks and obvious include... I wish Shadow Walk had not been utterly wrecked. But it was utterly wrecked. Touch of Guile actually is super synergistic with Palm there, which is good. And maybe I just slot in Drunken Master, because why not? It's a good skill. Okay, let's go get Raza. Keeper Shafos. I want to Raza. Finding a purpose. I wish to enter the heart of Abaddon, etc. Okay, this part can be a little tricky just because there are a lot of potential enemies here. Ooh, yeah, just a sweet 130 damage, which is nice. Wow, okay, that's pretty nice. I am not having any energy problems, which is also nice. I need to look into Deadly Arts stuff more. Yeah, these Words of Madnesses are actually an important target that I should be taking down. Herald of Nightmares. Another Herald of Nightmares. Just get popped for damage. There we go. That enemy's down. There we go. That enemy's down. We're getting through them. There we go. Yeah, this would be a lot easier if I had my Lightbringer title on. Okay. Blow up that, please. Thank you. I mean, my team survived really well. And that's something I'll give them big credit for. Surviving down here can sometimes be quite difficult. I'm going to get knocked down. Oh, no, I didn't. I could use fewer hexes. Haha. More damage. Yeah. That's what Signet of Deadly Corruption needed. More damage. Alright, let's get this Word of Madness out of here. Excellent. I'm actually really liking Signet of Deadly Corruption on this. Because, like, this inflicts 3 conditions, so that's, like, 90 damage right off of there. And then, like, other party members are also inflicting conditions, which just adds up to more and more conditions. Paragons are actually pretty cool. At least in some regards. They can do some cool stuff. As general thought for content, I'd love to see in the maybe distant future, I think it'd be enjoyable to see you tackle the really hard endgame PvE content, especially due to your analytical playstyle and tuning builds of the content you're doing. I've poked my nose into some of it. Part of the issue with some of the, and you're right, it is maybe a more distant thing, is like very specific strategies are kind of what feels like are needed to actually kind of succeed in some of that stuff. So I won't say that it's not something that'll happen, but it's unlikely that I'm going to want to do... I want to do Underworld at some point in time. I've heard it's extremely hard to do with heroes. Fisher of Woe I did most of, I think, on a stream, and then like died towards the end. Domain of Anguish, I would need to do a lot of research into what sort of things actually work there. So that's the thing about the Domain of Anguish, is it's a very specific sort of place. And I have now done it with Spud Club, so I've seen the different areas. But again, doing that with heroes is tricky. I don't know. It's an idea. It is an idea. I would love to do like some of the other areas, but again, there's a lot of stuff where it's like you have to kind of know what you're doing to be able to do the content. Not just like what builds to bring, but like what you actually need to do. So I'd need to do research on like how to set myself up to be able to do them. Yeah. In a future far, far away. I also have interest in replaying the Middle-earth Shadow of games now that I've like read Lord of the Rings. I think that would be kind of fun. I don't know how much people would be interested in that or not, but I might give it a try at some point. It'd be very different, obviously, than most of what I've been doing, but... Mm-hmm. Because those games have really fun gameplay. You had to blind me. Oh, that thing has like one condition on it, okay. Okay, Raza. I am here to say hello. The barriers are no more, because I knew to blow them up in advance. It's important. Saves you a lot of effort. Not Zelix. Zelix is the one who wants me to go. Because, like, DOA, this area is just extremely deadly, and you need, like, very specific things in order to be able to succeed here. It would be cool to have, like... I would love to do some of the endgame content on stream with, like, viewers who know what the heck they're doing. That would be cool. I'd be up for that. But I need enough people that, like, would be interested in doing that, too, for that to be able to happen. The Deep and Urgos' Warren... The big issue with those is they both require 12, or they want 12 players. I've done Urgos' Warren a couple times with Spud Club. So for those who are curious, or those who do not know, Wooden Potatoes has a Discord, and in there's people that I've met there. We do runs of stuff on Sundays. We spent a lot of time farming Molotov Rocktail this past Sunday, but we've done Urgos' Warren a couple times now. We did DOA just recently in normal mode. It was my first time going through all of DOA though. And hopefully we'll get to the underworld at some point. We did the Fisher of Woe once as well. I mean, if you know how to set up and do stuff, I'd be happy to go into some of those areas. Yeah, like, so my understanding with Urgos' Warren is if you kind of know what you're doing, and it seems like it'd be a bit harder with heroes, just because the ending fight against Urgos, you want to be able to kind of kite a lot, from what I can see. But yeah, if people know what they're doing and how to set stuff up to do them with, like, mostly heroes, for example. It's been a very long time since I've done the deep. Urgos' Warren in the deep. Yeah, I hadn't done Urgos' Warren until recently with Spud Club, which is who I'm in alliance with. Yeah, I've done the deep, but it's been absolute ages since I've been there. Like, absolute ages. Yeah, the thing about the deep is there's an area where you have to, like, right at the beginning where you're supposed to split up into parties of 4. I'm not sure how it worked. Like how it would work with an 8-person party. Because those are the weird 12-person zones. I mean, Fear, if you want to play tour guide and, like, help with some of the stuff with DOA, Fisher, or Underworld, I would be all over that. Yeah, I get you there. It's I know I've done it, but I can't tell you a whole lot about it because it's been absolute ages since I've done it. It was something they're experimenting around with in factions. I think it's definitely a bit awkward, though. I do not have this map. I could have that if I wanted to. Okay, well, I've gotten heroes. Is there anything more I want to do on this character right now? Because I got Zandra and Raza, which I was for some reason missing. I don't have Miku. Yeah, because I'm on Cleansing Buckdeck Byway. Or Shadow's Passage, excuse me. Do I want to go advance that? Or do I want to... I kind of want to do, like, Against the Char. Let's go do Against the Char. Actually, before I wander out of this area, let's go to Grand Course of Belka. There's a skill trainer here. There's a couple more Deadly Art Signets that I kind of want to look at. Are they in this... Signet of Toxic Shock is... This one's alright. I don't think this one's as good. I don't know. Just give me 20 plat so I don't have to worry about it. Augury of Death I'm fine with picking up, as well as Signet of Toxic Shock. I don't think either of these two are that interesting. I just use Ebon Escape instead of Death's Retreat. Signet of Twilight I could potentially see running, so I'll grab that. I Okay, let's just stop in Kainang's center to see if there's any more skills that I want to buy here. Which, oh, there's Michiko. No, select Michiko, please. Thank you. Yeah, 12 person is a little bit difficult to organize, unfortunately. Signet of Shadows I don't think is very good at all. Siphon Speed is awkward, but maybe useful enough. All of your other non-attack skills are disabled for each. There's some use for that. Scorpion Wire I don't think is very good. Why does this have a 2-second cast time? That's really awkward. Yeah, okay, I don't really care about the rest of those. Caltrops I think is fine. Return is fine. Dash is good. Mark of Instability is a very specific skill. Okay, let's head to EOTN, because there's some skills here as well. Easier from the Eye of the North itself. Micah Ferguson is a heck of a lot easier to find than that Norn was. I don't know why I couldn't find that Norn. This really wants an Orders Necromancer.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
Yeah, this one. Sadist Signet. That one's pretty reasonable. Also, I'm just going to pick up Golden Fang Strike while I'm here. Smoke Powder Defense I don't like very much. Smoke Powder Defense, to me, feels like just a worse version of Unseen Fury. Yeah, it just feels like a worse version of Unseen Fury. Is there a way to... I could... This is an idea. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch him over to using Order of Pain instead of that, because I have this on her and I don't need that anymore. That was exclusively for that mission I was just doing. The RC is fine. Oh, yeah. Actually, Meekness would be a good idea. Let's grab Meekness. Yeah, and then I'm happy with what she's doing. Happy with what he's doing. I'm happy with what he's doing. And then, yeah, try out orders here. So now I can swap stuff around a bit. Signet. Yeah, Sadist Signet gives you adrenaline. Ooh, and I can bring an Ebon Vanguard. Yeah, Signet of Infection. That, and then, where's Symbolic Strike? Good old plus 36 damage Symbolic Strike seems good. I'll roll like this. This seems fun. Brown die can go over there. These things salvage well? I don't remember. No, they do not. Okay. I felt like they might not salvage well, so I was wondering. Okay, let's go do Against the Char, because that's a quest that I have right now. I just feel like doing some Zaishin stuff. I should probably get some runes from more of these dudes. Yeah, probably. Hey, Captain Lingmar. Porascalon. Oh yeah, this bar uses like no energy. Hey, red iris flower. I still wish you could salvage a red iris flower for like a plant fiber or two. 1 to 2 plant fibers. That seems fair, right? I like the idea. I wonder if I'd be better off having a little bit more hex removal. I don't have very much hex removal in this party. I got a decent amount of condition removal, though. Wait, no. Wait. Yes. Yes, no, yes, yes. I was feeling very confused for a moment about how the geography of here works because of how precipitously that dips down. I wish these areas were, like, mostly... Actually, I just wish these areas didn't have mantids with a dumb mechanic. That's really what it comes down to. I should switch over to my fighting char title. Ooh, a spiked axe. Hello, Demo Slugs. Welcome. There's some sweet stuff here, though. Like, I just got 116 damage off of Signet of Deadly Corruption. It fuels up Symbolic Strike, which I think is cool. And welcome. Okay. Carrion feeders want to fight me, so I guess they'll be allowed to. Or, you know, whatever. They're going to block and stuff, and I'll ignore them. Hey, that's why they're blocking. I see your secret plan to be a lightning reflex user. Not much of a secret plan, I guess. It's kind of their overt plan now that I think about it. Scavenger's Focus is another... I really miss the old version of that skill. So the old version was interesting. The new version is like... I say new. The current version, perhaps, is more accurate. Way to phrase that. Ooh, map piece. Don't mind if I do. The current version of the skill is just really uninteresting energy management, in my opinion. Yes, we won't examine the helmets. But, like, the... No, we know. Whatever. We'll look at these more later once Rex Templaris is coming into these areas. So I just need to complete this, yeah? Okay. Optional is find ways to weaken the char. Just complete the mission in hard mode, which is what I'm doing. Here, have some disease. Where are you guys going? I don't know where these guys are going. Alright, whatever. Come back here. Well, okay, that one needed a little bit more baking, as it were. Time in the oven. Fuel it up. Hey, a char explosive. I'll take that. And probably promptly drop it. I'd love these areas so much more if there weren't mantids. The mantids are just so obnoxious. Not dangerous, obnoxious. Okay, you know what? Need to fight you guys, so have this char explosive. Okay, I need to not send me showers. Oh, no, that's Pyre. I was confused for a second because I saw Pyre running around. But he was Pyre Fear Shot and not an enemy, so... A nice thing about these is you don't have to do the bonus. It's just pleasant. Intercept the char supply caravan. Use explosive charges to disable it. I need to make sure my party is not... Okay, they're aggroing things. Whatever, there's a supply of explosives there. It doesn't matter. I don't know. Are you bleeding? The answer is yes. I'm actually really liking this bar. I'm going to save it. Okay, give me this char explosive then. Sure, whatever. lot of explosives here. That was a boom and a half. Somebody get Talcora back up, please. Sure, you can do it, Price. Too many Char Flame Shielders. I need to not stand in fire. Okay, whatever. He's down. That's what matters. Yes. What now? Yeah, okay. Let's just ammo cart. Let's go blow up this tower. There's a siege devourer over there. But I want to go blow up the watchtower with my explosive charge. Wow, 136 health. That thing can gain you a lot of HP. I'm noticing. Ooh, purple dye. I like purple, so getting purple dye is nice. Oh, Master of Whispers is down. That's not good. Oh yeah, just straight up 130 damage. That's great. Oh, there's our fire rain over here. That's what's causing me problems. Okay, char explosives. I'm going to leave those explosives there for the moment and take a second to let my party recover some energy. There. That'll recover a bunch of energy. Well, we're fine then. I want to take out Mr. Tricky back here. You didn't stop me. Okay, you know what? These guys are going down first. Oh, got Mr. Tricky. Cool. Oh, I got the Trickster. That's cool. I got the Trickster. I don't know what it does. Let's look at it. It is a staff. Plus 15 energy. Domination staff. Has skill treasure spells. Has casting time domination spells. And plus 30 health. Cool. I'll have to give that to one of my Mesmers. That's cool. That's cool. I did not know that guy could drop a green. I'm not surprised he could drop a green. I just didn't know what his green was. A lot of enemies drop greens in these later games, which is cool, and I like. Activate that. I really do not like these mantids. These mantids over here. They're not dangerous so much as they just stand back up when you try to kill them. And that's very annoying. Dominator's a high priority target. largely owing to their res chance. That's what makes them high priority target to me. A lot of Savage Shot. Natural Unguent felt like it activated faster than normal. I don't know how to feel about that. No, that's Mantids. I need another explosive. Do you guys have any explosives on hand? Okay, well. This meteor shower is in my back line. Let's move my back line to an identical just about area, but one that... Yeah, these guys use Aegis as well. Oh, good. 2 char explosives. I needed a quantity of them. Oh my goodness, you guys are interrupting me like crazy. Okay, Fire Rainer, I need you to stop your nonsense. Okay, either that guy had a lot, and I mean a lot, of conditions on him. Something else healed me for a lot. That was a bit messy, but we got there. This is hard mode, by the way. So, it's going pretty well for that. Frost Fur. I would prefer you didn't blurred visions. It's bad for our accuracy. Damage against this guy is going to be a little bit low until my backline's in a position to increase it. They're getting a little bit harassed. So they're not really. Yeah, I'm actually really quite enjoying this bar. Actually, you know, just save it to template now. You know what? Deadly Symbolism. That's a good name for this bar. I like to come up with clever names for bars. It's kind of like naming a magic deck. What kind of a fun name that explains what it does in a cute way. Right? Yeah, that's kind of what my thinking is anyway. Although I'm really confused about how some of the early combo decks got named after breakfast cereals. Because you got, like, Cocoa Pebbles and Tricks and things like that. That was a long time ago. I was not playing then, but I've certainly heard about the stuff in retrospect. That's as much as we can do from out here. Let's make our way to the camp. Good of them to tell you that, though. Defeat Harvest Soul Rain. Okay, well, let's clear some of the outer defenses. Okay, this is going to work a lot better if everybody comes in here, where the enemies are. We have a bunch of ranged attackers, and they're not going to do a very effective job against these guys from... Oh, that's the Spirit of Anguish. Spirit of Anguish is basically immune to conditions. $136 health. That's pretty nice. Yeah, your gloat isn't good enough. Sorry, guy. Even 116 damage by itself is pretty good on the Signet of Deadly Corruption, quite frankly. Okay. This Char Prophet maybe was keeping that guy alive? Oh, there's so many Flame Shielders. Why are there so many Flame Shielders? There we go. Their extinguish is making my build work a little bit less effectively, but it still is a lot of energy. So I'm gonna push them through. Could I have given Area of Zeal is actually a good idea for keeping energy up, but yeah. This guy with bulls charged me right on over if I hadn't attacked him. Yeah, they are enjoying their little taunts, aren't they? And he's down. There we go. I'm not paying a whole lot of attention to these cutscenes. I'll be seeing them more later. Okay, cool. That finishes that. Do I want to do Boreless Pass? Boreless Pass in hard mode is kind of annoying. It is written in the Flamespeaker Prophecies. Your destiny is in the Ring of Fire. Let's go ahead and turn that one in. And then swap characters for a bit. Shunlai chest. I want to make sure I'm not accidentally turning in Mohby just yet, though, because I want to hang on to that one for later. Yeah, against the Char. Let's see, where am I keeping my map pieces? There it is. Oh, good. Another one of ones that I was low on. Ooh, Vampiric. That's nice. Yeah, I like seeing that. Get the mods from my weapons. They're both got their issues in terms of like being challenging. I would certainly take either of them over than trying to do Divinity Coast on a warrior, though, because you're carrying that stupid thing for like the entire mission. I need to stop using stupid as an adjective, but you have to carry that ridiculous can't drop it, your hands are tied urn for the entire duration of the mission, just about, it seems. And it'd be really obnoxious to have to carry the urn, the offering. Okay. Let's go to Sientir. Yeah, you have... Well, I'll have to turn in at some point, but what I actually want to do on him... Oh, you have a lot of random quests hanging around. Defend and Ravi. I have a bunch of those. Interesting. Ooh, THK. That one's boring. Oh, I've got a lot of loot here I need to process them into. Like, here's my Malix's Hatred that I got, which is fine, I guess. Also, it annoys me that you can get a vampiric scythe mod that's not max. Yeah. Okay. Hero's Handbook. Let's just go work on filling this book in. Lion's Arch. Where was this Flameseeker Prophecies anyway? Okay, that's pretty empty as well. I could work my way through those, but this character has never done Aurora Glade, and he's like my oldest character. That's hilarious to me. Hasn't done Nilani Academy either, but I can understand that one. Runes of Sirmia's bonus isn't even hard. Why the heck do I not have it? Whatever. I'm not worried about trying to get a protector on this guy. I just want to fill in this book for right now. Oh, you know what? He did them all in hard mode. I bet you. Like if I swap over to hard mode, I bet. Yeah. Hard mode, hard mode, hard mode. Hard mode, hard mode. Hard mode. Hard mode all the way down. Time for heroes. Yeah, that's instruction steps. And these would all be hard mode. Hard mode and Gads over here. Yeah, so now I'm doing them in normal mode. This is the character that I did DOA with Spud Club, so I've got a lot of random stuff from that. I don't feel like processing it, so we're just going to go in with tight inventory, and it'll be cool. Well, that immediately is an area that tells me I could... Some point in time, I need to spend more time managing inventory, but I do want more gold Z coins so I can... No, not character select, party. I need party select. Okay, this is normal mode, so let's just... You know what? I don't know. We're going to bring a bunch of Ellies. We're going to bring... a Bipper. We're going to bring... I don't know. Signet of Spirits seems like a good... So what do you guys set up as Signet of Spirits? Okay, you're not. Zandra. Okay, you're some Soul Twist mess. It's Prius, maybe? Yeah, you're Signet of Spirits. And a Run Fast. Probably General Morgan? Okay, not General Morgan. Hada's your Run Fast. Cool. What do I got going on? Yeah, okay, so... You'll help with healing. You'll help with healing. Pierre's Leaming's fine. Okay, yeah, you know what? Why? Okay. Yep. Okay, nope, you're going... What even? Oh, okay, sure. That's cool. Let's just load a Searing Flames bar on you, too. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, they can all have the exact same Searing Flames bar. That's fine. And then Vec can do some water magic support with Elemental Flame to keep things on fire to fuel the Searing Flames. This will be perfectly fine for what we're doing. I don't need I Am Unstoppable here. I don't need Heal Party. Healing Breeze is cool. Healing Seed is fine. Cure Hex is a good idea. I like this. I like that. Woe is fine. Words of Comfort. And Sig of Rejuve. Cool. This will work. It's not a high intensity area. Where's my Mysterious Agents? Okay, well, we're going to go... Wait, was that the... Is that the one for today? It doesn't matter. I don't feel like dropping stuff. I ain't doing it in hard mode. UZ coins wouldn't be bad, though. I guess I could go do finding the bloodstone. Hang on. What is today's mission again? Oh, it is against the Char. Okay, well, let's go do finding the bloodstone first. Again, I need to do this in normal mode, so I'm doing it in normal mode. Any coins that I get is better than none. The breath thing is less valuable here, though. I might still keep it, though. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Which direction is Sparkfly Swamp? I found it! I don't know why I was feeling turned around there. I just was. Hi, Zed.
What now?
Oh, incoming fallback chain. How I have missed thee. Those are both strong skills. That is a reasonable thing to do. I don't fight destroyers here, so Searing Flame spam is fine. That's the thing you have to be careful of. Don't bring Searing Flame spam against destroyers. Yeah. Great Dwarf Weapon is a ridiculous skill. A lot of people like to go a bit more offensively oriented with their monks when they are going with heroes than I tend to. It's my impression. I enjoy healing, so... That's definitely going to affect things. I don't know how much removing their critical defenses matters with this party. Okay, let's go visit our inscription stone friend. It's level 0. Okay, finding a bloodstone time. Spiders. Why did it have to be spiders? Oh my goodness, the slowest cure hacks. Snaring web makes your stuff take longer, and it's really annoying. This is one of those situations where I just want like a 25 energy skill that's just like remove all hexes and conditions from your party. Okay, you know what? This spider wants to fight us. Let it. I'm trying. I'm being compromised by the spider's web. Actually, a Dwayna's Kiss sort of heal party variant would be neat. By which I mean a skill that heals your party members and it scales up based upon like the amount of junk they have on them. That'd be a very powerful skill. Incubi. Incubi are really annoying. I'm like not having to do anything here. This is normal mode after all. Okay, inscribed sentry. Get over here. Hi, please not be hitting me in the face. Apparently, it just wants to hit me in the face. All right. I'll take it. Actually, I'm going to swap to my staff. I don't want Splinter Weapon to get tossed on me. It's my enchanting staff. Now I can go up and go on to the next floor. Or I can get ambushed by Incubi. That works too. This mechanic of like enemies that aren't fully dead, like just vanishing for a little bit, is just really, really annoying. And they do it in a couple of different spots in Eye of the North. The Mantids are functionally that. The Incubi work that way as well. It's just something that I find to be really annoying to deal with because it's like it just delays the fight. It doesn't make it interesting. It's like Protect in Pokemon. Like if you're like Protect is a legitimately useful skill in doubles or triples or whatever. I don't know if they've added more than that, but in doubles and triples in Pokemon, Protect is a super sweet skill because it like lets you do stuff. In other games or like in singles though, it's not doing that. It's just making the fight take an extra turn for no good reason. And there's arguments for some stall mechanics and things, but overall I find Protect to be a wholly obnoxious skill. Here, Elias, let me give you this to help counter that. It's like in singles, which is just, you know, one Pokemon against one Pokemon. Doubles is where it's two Pokemon against two Pokemon. Triples is three Pokemon against three Pokemon. Protect is basically it's a move that says, hey, you ignore the effects of a move for the turn. It's useful in doubles because you can, or triples, because you can protect with one of your Pokemon and do something with one of your other Pokemon that like hits everyone. For example, Explosion would hits everyone, right? Regardless of kind of where they're at. Okay, we got some Rising Biles going off here, which is not great. So it's just one of those things where in... You coming? Bryce and Elias? It's just one of those things where in singles, though, Protect is just like, okay, we've spent a turn not doing anything. Let's next turn the game can continue. It just makes it take longer. It doesn't really do anything else. Like there's some niche things. I'm not going to try to pretend otherwise, but where Protect allows you to wear out PP, like PP stall on a move and things like that. But it loses, like it has a chance of failing if you use it multiple turns in a row. So you can't just like sit there and spam it. But just it's uninteresting. It's uninteresting gameplay, and the enemies like the Mantids vanishing for a bit, or like getting back up once they die, and the Incubi like retreating. It's not interesting. It just stalls things and makes stuff take longer for no good reason. So I don't enjoy the mechanics in either situation. So, like the ambushes are all right. I do think the game sometimes overuses ambushes, but Anyway, that's my long-winded ramble about that. So Eye of the North is I would like Eye of the North more if it didn't have some of those mechanics. Here you go, Elias. Yeah, okay, still has Healing Breeze on him. That Healing Breeze is going to last a while. That's a 15 seconds plus 20%, so that's an additional 3 seconds for 18. I don't know why it doesn't go up to plus 10 at checks 16 healing prayers. But it doesn't. Very peculiar, if you ask me. Taking out this inscribed sentry disables the other enemies in this room, so I want to prioritize it. Well, I'd rather not have frustration on me. Yeah, one of the things I'm seeing here is like Word of Healing is just not great with heroes. What ends up happening with it is it just is 106 heal. So it's like, why should I bring that when Glimmer of Light is 122 and has a 1 second recharge over this? Because like, yeah, the bonus 121 heal is really great, but the chances that you actually get that to go off when other heroes are healing as well is very, very low. I think it probably works better if you don't have all of the additional like Spirit Light stuff going on the heroes, because the fact that they can heal means that my healing is just as a result less important. So it's more often than I'm like topping off. I'd be better off with like Light of Deliverance here, I think. Or just even going into Protection Prayers. Or even bringing Withdraw Hexes, maybe, even. How much Hexes there have been. Although Withdraw Hexes... Ooh, Withdraw Hexes is not a good skill. Where are you even going, Parias? Sometimes the AI has very weird pathing considerations. Alright. Well, we'll take out these Skelk. Pick up my Gilded Edge. Yeah, bunch of enchanted stuff here. This part can be a little rough. More so in the actual dungeon version, though. Ooh. Well, Word of Healing gets to be good now. I don't care about you, Gad. Gad is applying a bit of additional pressure. Word of Healing, suddenly doing a lot of work. There we go. There, that finishes that one, so now I can go... Yes, I accept my hook. Go turn in that quest, and pick up the other one, and go off that direction. Oh, wait, no. Oh, I haven't Floss do Earthbound's done? When did I do that? Oh, I just haven't done it in hard mode. Well, that's fine. I don't really feel I need to. Hang on, I need to ID some junk. You know, I don't feel like salvaging any of this stuff. Sure, I could get more money by salvaging like iron and steel ingots out and whatever, but I'm just gonna merchant it all. You're the rune trader, not the merchant. The merchant's over here. There we go. Okay. Zenshu. Finding the bloodstone. Thank you. I found it. Against the char. Thank you. Whatever, I'm gonna go to Kining. Again, I wish they had Drogner's Forge here because it would make things a lot simpler. A lot simpler. But that's not how it is, so it's going to be a lot of wandering around on my part. I do kind of want to switch this over to Glimmer, drop these. Cure Hex is fine. I don't really feel like I need Breath of the Great Dwarf. Signet is good to have more accessible. I want Divine Healing and Heaven's Delight. And I'm going to just slot in Selfless Spirit, I think. So that way if I need to start spamming Glimmer of Light, I can make my energy work better. Okay, here I need, yes, for Ascalon, Mysterious Agent. This actually helps quite a bit with energy management. I need to be drinking more water. Okay, well, not that poorly. The design of that cup has issues. It's got like I don't know how well you can see it here. It's got like a lip thing on it. So it comes out there. And that can cause it to kind of spill. It just has weird flow at times. I found a mossy rock. Ah, man. Almost felt like I was in an airplane. For those who don't get that reference, in the movie Airplane, the main character has a drinking problem, i.e. he tries to drink and splashes his water over his shoulder or into his face. Here, let's just switch this other cup for now. I like Glimmer of Light. It does have the problem of if it gets like disabled, like distracting shot or whatever, it can be a huge problem. There we go. I think I just want to go straight there. I don't feel like I need to weaken the garrison at all. I'm curious to see what it's like if you don't, actually, is really what this comes down to. Because I always do the weakening things. It's like, okay, but if I don't, how is it? we have more armor against the Char. That matters actually quite a bit. Oh, that's why they're casting Meteor Shower so quickly. They're in hard mode. You know what? I suddenly find myself wondering, why isn't there a skill that's like a reverse Balthazar's aura that heals allies near your target? That feels like an obvious skill to have. Excuse me. And yet, it doesn't exist for some reason. Like, Healing Seed is kind of like that, I guess. But it's not exactly that. Why does... Oh, Vec has very low energy storage. Okay, that makes sense. Everything makes sense now. Okay, let's just slip around these guys. I wasn't necessarily planning to do this twice today. It just kind of worked out that way. Yeah, Meteor Shower me. I'm smart enough to recognize the effects and walk out of them. Eventually. No, well, that was kind of pointless. Whatever. Yep, we can do stuff. We can chart garrison, but we don't need to. Excuse me while I get rid of this backfire on myself. Cane and coins. Cane I should salvage. That's probably a good source of iron. Yeah, I got like some 4 iron ingots from it, I think. Yeah. Yeah, but garrison strength. If I don't do that. Oh, they have a Devourer catapult in here. Is that it? Oh, there's a few more. A few more guys. Probably our meteor showers. We have meteor showers as well. They're all recharging. Okay, that Siege Devourer basically didn't do anything. I don't know. You're in the right general vicinity. I'm gonna move my dudes over a bit. I don't know, this seems like a good time as any to selfless spirits things up. Well, what was supposed to happen happens. And they stopped being a problem very quickly. I don't know. I was expecting this to be harder without weakening the Char Garrison than it is. Granted, I did just do this in hard mode, so like I might be mentally calibrated a little bit off, but still. Okay. Well, that was pretty straightforward. Does anybody know if gold coins that are left on the floor at the end of a mission get automatically distributed to the rest of your party? It's something I've kind of wondered in a non-precise, haphazard sort of way. Let's go take care of these. Okay, I don't want to be running this party in the rest of these areas or I don't want to be running this configuration at any rate. Because there's going to be destroyers and that would be bad. I guess I could take it down into the Warbandit Brothers area, but...
I'm not impressed.
I think I'm going to do a little bit of a reconfiguration. From fire magic to air magic. Glyph of Lesser is good. In some scenarios. Let's see. Shell Shock. Chain Lightning. Shock Arrow, and how about Arc Lightning? And then Vec can drop fire and water magic. Just air magic, and I'm just going to dual attune air magic on him. Pop all these off. You might wonder, what are you dual attuning? Lightning Hammer, Lightning Orb. Lightning Strike seems good. Shock Arrow is completely unnecessary here. And, maybe Javelin? Yeah, I don't know. Arc Lightning is more AoE. Oh, Energy Blast clearly is the best choice there. Let's see, you actually have a fire magic rune, but... just going a lot of air magic. You probably don't need that. Thunderclap is pretty good. Thunderclap does make Shell Shock a little redundant on her, but it's alright. Chain Lightning, Arc Lightning, Lightning Strike, Shock Arrow, and... I have Arc Lightning already. Lightning Orb? Yeah, let's go with Lorb. I'm gonna leave him fire. It's not the worst. I could bring Winter. Winter's not a bad idea. I don't need it here, necessarily. But I'm not going to try to set things on fire. I'm not going to Rod Gorts. I think what I want to do here is... Flare, Phoenix, Savannah Heat... Firestorm and Breath of Fire. Yeah, we'll go some AoE stuff on him. Probably doesn't need Glyph of Lesser Energy with this, but I'll leave it there. It doesn't hurt. Actually, you know what? I'm going to drop Glyph of Lesser Energy and give him Remove Hex, because I don't have enough Hex removal. That'll help. Yeah, that'll help. I were to try to bring winter. Where would I do it? I probably need to do it on one of the Ellies. Maybe Vec? Wilderness survival. Yeah, winter. I'll take a point out of that so I can get this up to 78-second duration. It's super fragile, but eh. Okay, Vec does have an hourglass staff. That's good. Let's go do Gron's mission. Warband of Brothers. Let's bring your warband again. I'm in part switching to air just because it'll be long-term a little bit more useful. I did not... Oh, I got power blocked. That's what happens. That's why I was so confused. I didn't need a Selfless Spirit there, but eh. There are worse things than accidentally Selfless Spiriting. We're going to spike the snot out of him is what we're going to do. Why did my healing seed not work? They got canceled for some reason. Maybe I should turn the camera to face the battle a little bit. This Char Hunter Beast maybe needs to go down. Hey, Pyre. Okay. I was getting knocked down by a Spirit of Wanderlust. It took me a moment to realize that was going on, but that is definitely what's going on. Wow, that guy just suddenly lost all of his health. His team is extremely spiky, which is kind of what I knew would be the case, but it's still kind of fun seeing that happen. I think I want to go over this way and then work my way up. Hey, random Char dudes. Never underestimate the power of a team running mostly the same bar. It is amazing how some skills can stack when used on multiple characters. They really like their suffering, don't they? Something I'm noticing is they're using a lot of suffering. As long as they're not using a lot of lingering curse with it, though. That's where you really run into trouble. Well, that guy went down like a, what, sack of bricks? Is that the word that we use? Raise? Okay, well, let's ignore them. Take out these guys. Ow. I don't know why I just used Cure Hex there. I meant to use Signet of Rejuvenation. I did not. Nice Savannah heat. Okay, so you're Fierce Rain. Let's go talk to you. And by talk to you, I mean let's get rid of the dudes stopping us from freeing you. Oh, that's a meteor shower. Hey, Seer, Fierce Rain.
You look weak.
Yeah, we're helping. We're helping because we want our people back. The story, for those who are not familiar, is basically we are attempting to rescue the Ebon Vanguard who have gone, like, been taken prisoner. That's the basic story, and we're needing to team up with Pyre Fearshot to figure out where they are. And before Pyre Fearshot will help us, he wants us to rescue his people. More meta-wise, what they're doing here is they're trying to establish the Char a bit more thoroughly. I was talking about this earlier in the stream, but the Char are basically just a nameless, like, faceless evil sort of thing. They're just the forces of evil that are attacking Ascalon and have, like, done a lot of damage to Tyria in prophecies. But ArenaNet wanted to make the Char... They thought the Char were cool. And to be fair, the Char have a cool design to them. And so they wanted to make them playable in Guild Wars 2. And for that, they wanted... Like, Eye of the North was to serve as kind of like a groundwork. A connection point, as it were, between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. And it was supposed to kind of help advance the world state to the position where it would serve what they wanted to do with Guild Wars 2. And... So they added this. The Ebon Vanguard branch is really the Char branch. And it's about making the Char more complex and no longer just simple villains. And so that's kind of what they've done here. Is Pyre Fearshot's stuff has to do a lot with how the Char changed between them, and a lot about trying to make them more nuanced, more complex, add some of that subtlety and that depth and that diversity to the Char, so that way they aren't just a nameless, faceless horde of evil monsters trying to kill you. You know, I think that was a reasonable thing for them to try to do. So, anyway, that's what's going on. I'll talk a lot about some of the story and writing and other things once we get to the slow playthrough for Eye of the North. I'm planning on taking Rex Templaris here after taking a jaunt through Sorrow's Furnace. Although I'll probably do Sorrow's Furnace on a different character. We'll see. I might attempt it on Rex. See how it goes. But without access to heroes, it's going to be... A, they have to make sure there's henchmen available. I don't remember if there are or not. And... yeah, so it's just going to be a whole thing. Okay, I need to not stand here. I would like to not stand here. I can't not stand here. I have been boxed into a corner. There we go. Healing Breeze will help. Okay. I'm not surprised I got wrecked there. I was kind of stuck in a corner. I ran too far in because I was trying to target the... and I overextended really badly. Because I was trying to target specific enemies. Good job, Hada. I need to drop Selfless Spirit here. I do have other skills, like this Signet. This is one of those spots where it's like, I'd really like to help my party with target prioritization. Maybe that guy. Okay, 28 DP is not bad. Okay, cool. Managed to recover from that. Like I said, I was trying to push in to tackle some of the casters that were back there, but that just dragged my party too far in. It was just a terrible plan, so... Just a terrible plan. And then I got boxed into a corner, and then I kept getting interrupted, and it just was a mess. This area reminds me of the Underworld. I don't know if it reminds any of you of the Underworld, but there's sections of the Underworld that have this sort of visual aesthetic. These floating moats actually are from like the Holdings of Chokin area, or at least they are there. I can't say definitively that they are from there, but they show up there. I think I might go Protection Prayers. Focused. Well, maybe in one of the later ones. I really want Healing Seed for the next mission, where we actually take down the Hierophant and such. Because that one, it's just really helpful to have Healing Seed there. Although I could go some sort of hybrid bar. That's an option as well. I really wish that they hadn't made Divine Boon not affect Healing Prayers in PvE. But alas, they did. Oh, this is a Protection Prayer staff anyway. It's not going to do a lot of damage. Do I have... Yeah, this is a Divine Favor. I'm going to switch to the Divine Favor staff. Now, Char Prophet is kind of a priority target. Hada, I really wish you hadn't run away from everyone. Okay, I didn't need Selfless Spirit there. I mean, it's nice, but I didn't ultimately need it there. This is what? Yeah, okay, Staff of Purity. Yeah, it's from Winds of Change. Alright, push through here. I only need to use one of those. Dominators, a high priority targets. The Dominator, again, has the resurrection effects, so that makes him a higher priority target than other enemies are. Oh, inventory is full. Okay, let's just take a moment to salvage a few things. Okay, it's kind of not surprising. Okay, good. Found some stuff that overlapped. Bunch of things that overlapped, in fact. That's good. My inventory is pretty low right now, though, so... Alright. Almost to the next floor. Just need to push through some dudes up here. And then we can go down that way and get to the next floor. So that'll be good. I'd rather not fight spiders if I can help it, and I can. Like, right now all I need to do is get to the next floor. I don't need to do anything else on this floor, so you can actually just kind of say never mind these guys and just, like, push through. Technically. You're not getting crippled and snared and junk. Yeah, he died. Whatever. I have the North is a lot more casual about that sort of thing, which I think was a good change. It took them long enough to figure out how they're going to do it, but once they did, it worked quite well. Basically, they just stand back up if there's no enemies near them. It makes the whole experience a lot more pleasant. Because critical NPCs dying in stuff was one of the things that's really annoying about previous games. They tried to solve it some in... Yeah, you can see it stood back up. In Nightfall, heroes like helped alleviate some of that problem by making the important characters members of your party and then allowing them to be able to require them. They could have done it with henchmen as well and just say, hey, you have to bring this henchman with you. And it would have been similar, but less satisfying. It wouldn't surprise me if they'd explored that as an idea and just were like, no, this is a terrible idea. And abandoned it. Like, that wouldn't surprise me if that were the case. Look, the door's open. I'm just gonna go now. But the other thing that they did is they introduced, like, plot NPCs that just don't... They're non-combat. So they're there. Like, Cormier is this way a lot in Nightfall, where she's there, but she's not actually participating in any of the battles. And there's a lot of NPCs that fall into that category, so that way you don't have to worry about trying to keep them alive. And there's other things like that, where it's just... It feels like they were trying to figure out how to solve this problem of Prince Rurik died, everybody loses, everybody's mad at Rurik. And I definitely think they tried it several different ways until they found... They just decided, you know what? What if they just got back up? Solution for them in Eye of the North here. And they'll still sometimes do, like, oh, if they die, then it's mission over. Because it is useful for the design to have that as an option. But it's kind of like my inventory is full right now, but I could still pick up that key because it doesn't have to go into my inventory. Whereas I feel like at one point in time it might need to have done that, so. So just overall trying to make the mission experience a lot more forgiving. Which I think is, frankly, a worthwhile thing to do. You guys are using resurrection signals, aren't you? Hello, Rowan Fierceheart. Probably want to take down this group. This Dominator is a high priority target. This Flame Shielder is a higher priority target. Well. I'm not picking up any loot here. Anything I get will just go into the bag thing. The unclaimed items. Okay, Roan Fierce Heart has been rescued. Now all we need to do is slay Flame Master Maultooth. Which I don't think should be too particularly difficult. Yeah, give me that prison key. I mean, it's not good whoever's being targeted by Wanderlust. Wanderlust is actually pretty powerful. I could see absolutely making it part of a knockdown-oriented team build. That could be fun to make at some point here. Maybe when I move on to more Surin stuff. You except it kind of wants Bed of Coals, and that's not great against destroyers. Oh, this guy likes to run away. He's really annoying in that regard. There we go. Turns out my party has enough spike damage that he was not able to run very far. He will often try. He will often try, in fact, quite often. I prefer he doesn't. Alright. This part can be a little rough. We'll see how well I'm able to get through it with my Air Elementalist squad. You know what's a good opening line? Energy Blast. Energy Blast is a really neat skill, and they should have... It should... Yeah, I don't know. Tick up to 3, maybe. But they should have made more skills in energy storage for Elementalist, in my opinion. Maultooth wants to have a chat. These are... Effigies are going to come alive. I want to make sure these flame shielders are not going to cause me problems. Yeah. Yeah, okay, here come the chart effigies. Flame Master Maultooth is huge damage. Well, Maultooth's down. That's what mattered. My party just spiked him into the floor. Cool. Just absolutely just spiked him into the floor. Okay. Commercial break while I clear out my inventory, I guess. That makes sense. I have a lot of inventory to clear out. Identify some of these things. Iron, granite. Some cloth. I don't need cloth. Okay, well. There it is, I suppose. I need this, this, and that. Okay, Gron. I got some stuff to sell you.
You look weak.
I got some more stuff to sell you.
You may be useful.
There we go. Shadow Scythe skin is alright. This is Shadow Scythe, right? Yeah, because this is a Nightmare Scythe. Nightmare Scythe looks really cool. But I don't necessarily have a character that needs it right now. Everything would be a lot easier if there's a weapon mods trader, quite frankly. Alright, so I want to keep Healing Seed around. Because it's really good here. Yeah, I don't know, this bar is fine. This bar is fine. Let's go do the next part. And then that will... Oh, I have Last Day Dawns too. That one's rough. And then I'll have completed that. And then I've done finding the Bloodstone, so I just need to do the other two. With the Asura. Which is Ula's Lab. And the Golem Project. Ula's Lab is kind of annoying.
I'm not impressed.
Yeah, Brinsol's reign ends today. This is not a difficult mission per se, but it's easy to not be... It's easy to not be well prepared here. I don't know if Healing Hands would have been good to bring or not. It might have been. I'm curious to see how this team performs in the last parts of this. Okay. Those meteor showers. Like, if you don't... You really want to learn how to control your team when in the face of meteor showers. Right, those guys don't do anything until we've cleared up this side. Dominator. That is not the Dominator. That's the Dominator. Okay. Now these guys can be targeted. Left gates. Okay, whatever. These guys want to fight, we'll give them a fight. We'll give them a zapping like they've never known before. Right gates. So I want to clear out the enemies closest to the gate is what that's doing. As far as I understand it. Then the Armored Saurus is going to come in. The Armored Saurus needs to go in and do stuff. If the Destroyers die, but there's no enemies near them, the Devourers will get back up. Excuse me, I don't know why I said Destroyers. They're clearly Devourers. Destroyers show up later. The Armored Saurus is easiest to keep alive with Healing Seed. Or like Healing Hands type skills. It'll just take all of the damage that's being pummeled into it and just turn it into ridiculous amounts of health. Okay, well, that's over now, and you can see its HP going down. Yeah, you can see what happens. Because the rangers up on the bluffs will just absolutely just pummel you with arrows. And just so many small packets of damage very quickly. But a lot of small packets of damage very quickly is something that Healing Seed is really good at dealing with. Okay. That advances this to the next stage. Armored Saurus can go wandering in now. Well, Elias, you chose a really poor time to bip, my friend, but what's new? Okay, we can clear out some of the seekers from the sides. It's not necessary. Be more dudes up here. Armored Saurus does do some reasonable damage here. Helps press in, so I want to try to keep it alive. It distracts the enemy and is fairly tanky as well. It is level 28, which is nice. So at this point, it's just a matter of like pressing in. Oh, Ashes of Pure Leaming. Such a good skill. I like Ashes of Pure Leaming. Check out these char. And if the armor source dies, it'll just spawn another one. It's not like you have one shot or anything with it. But it does take a bit for it to like respawn and things. So you definitely want to make sure it doesn't die. Okay, and then the Hierophant is like summoning his destroyers or something. You can definitely take this part a little bit slower and let the destroyers destroy most of the char. And then kind of just play cleanup on whatever's left. Bryce, could you explain how you end up getting filled with so much damage? It's a bit perplexing to me. So one of the things we have going on right now is we have Winter up, which is going to convert all of these elementalists' damage to cold, which does more damage to the destroyers than fire or lightning does. Lightning has the added benefit of having 25% armor penetration, so it actually punches through a little bit. Let's give this Hierophant what's for. Good job, Zed. You interrupted the Hierophant for a change. Or somebody using the skill, rather. Killing the Hierophant is not the goal of the mission. The goal of the mission is to kill all the enemies, which includes the Hierophant. And a lot of these destroyers. And the Hierophant's elite Char Guard. I think that guy's the leader of the Flame Legion, which is kind of the enemy at the moment. Something like that, anyway. That thing was surviving an inordinate amount of time. Did you use Savannah Heat on a friggin' spirit? Boy. The heroes are really good and important for the game, and sometimes they are not very good at figuring out what they should target things and how and stuff. That's my experience anyway. There we go. That should clear all that up. Cool. That just plops us back down so we can say hi to Captain Langmar again. That leaves some of the Acern lands stuff. Let's see. I think I think what I'm going to do right this moment is I'm going to drop by the Great Temple of Balthazar to turn in this one Zaishin quest that I have. While I'm thinking about it. It shouldn't take long. I just got cloth for that. I was hoping for silk or something. But alas, 'twas not to be. Okay, so I can turn in against the Char. A few more copper coins. Some extra benefit from the mission. I'll merchant a few things off. Alright. So, back through Kinding Center. There's party size stuff. It's more convenient that way. I do need to do battle depths, and then I need to do a time for heroes. So I think... Oh, either way, I need to go to Radasum. This Golem project is over here as well. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. I drank that big old thing of water, and I'm feeling the effects. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I don't know why I waved. I meant to slash dance. Wait, did I slash dance or just... Hate is blocking it. Okay, we're gonna have Sientir dance here. And like I said, I will be back in just a couple of minutes. BRB. Okay, dance party's over. I am back. Map. I need to talk to you. I'm going to do this one first. Actually, before I do that, I actually want to switch over to a protection prayers bar. Now that I have kind of cleared this stuff out. I don't know. I'm feeling prop prayers. Super protection. Okay, let's just do... I want Shield of Regen, because Shield of Regen's cool. Shielding stuff. Shield Guardian. Regular Guardian. Regular Guardian's actually probably more like there. Aegis is not bad. Let's go Elementalists. Grab a Glyph of Lesser Energy. Let's just bring Seed of Life. Seed of Life's good times. There. I'm not really for pushing HP bars up anymore. I'm for trying to keep them from going down. This pushes HP bars up and keeps them from going down. It is a win-win in either case. Okay. Genus operated blah, 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 blah. Before the battle. Cool. You have that. You have that before the battle. I'll lower this party window just slightly. Okay, get things going, please.
Can you be helped?
Who? Vec. Why did you fall behind Vec? I don't know. Destroyer swarms are headed this way. Brutes, the destroyers don't chance against my magnificent golems, etc. Okay, let's show these destroyers that we mean business. And electrocution. Electrocution is our business. Really. We get right down to it. Ula does not matter. She's over on the other side. She matters a little bit. She's a road bump. She'll get back up. Interesting that Ula is a necromancer. Definitely interesting. Just that on the side? All right. I'll just kind of stand here in the middle, waiting to see which side gets attacked next. Okay, the Destroyer Sinew coming that way, Destroyer Flesh coming that way. This one has the older spirits, so I'm just going to go this direction. The spirits are going to help hold the line a little bit. Let's drop an Aegis. Ah, Destroyer Fords. I mean, it's not my job to push those health bars up. Yeah, the spirits were a little far off to actually get this. It wouldn't hurt to have a, like, divine melee thingy. Oh, that Shield Guardian came out a little bit late, but it's alright. Inner Fire. Inner Fire is really obnoxious. For 10 seconds, you gain 30 health every second. It's what prevents degen builds from actually being good against these guys. Ordinarily, you'd think that a degeneration-oriented build would be good against the destroyers, high armor. But Inner Fire prevents that from being true. And it just means that, like, I really dislike Inner Fire's design because it basically forces you into just trying to shove as much armor-ignoring damage down a destroyer's throat as possible, rather than going for more pressury degen-oriented builds. And that, to me, is reductive of what could potentially have been an interesting design space. Because imagine, if you would, if it made a lot of sense to go against the destroyers with a bunch of like degeneration conditions, and you just pile them up with bleeding and poison and disease. They don't burn, but you could pile the other ones on them. Or overload them with degen hexes, like your sufferings, your lamentations, recurring insecurity, conjure phantasm, all that sort of stuff. Like, if that was the direction that you could realistically take with them, that would be a really interesting variant on how to combat them. However, the simple truth of the matter is that that's not very good against the destroyers, because destroyers have inner fire, which gives them plus 30 HP per second, or each second, and that outpaces the degen cap. Like, the cap is 20 HP per second, so 30 is going to outpace it, so they're always going to be gaining like a bunch of HP, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's just an unfortunate aspect to how they designed the destroyers, which I think makes them less interesting as enemies, because there's basically one strategy, which is just push as much direct damage down their throats as you can, rather than trying to like coat them in conditions or hexes to shut them down. And I think that is intrinsically less interesting, personally. Okay, the kilns are heated up, so we no longer have to defend them. So let's go talk to Soka. Those guys, I guess, can stand there. Limiting viable strategies always makes encounters less interesting, but easier to balance, I assume. I guess? I don't know. Oh, there's Soka.
You aren't from around here.
Like, that's the thing, though, is I don't know that it necessarily makes things more interesting. Or easier to balance, excuse me. I agree. It definitely makes things less interesting. The thing is, like, balance is a complicated subjective dance. What it effectively does is it emphasizes the use of elementalist damage. Or, excuse me. Emphasizes the use of armor-ignoring damage, like from Mesmers. Over the use of like elementalist damage, for example, or over the use of like physical attackers as well. So it just heavily emphasizes one type of thing over others. Like, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but if you want to try to keep all of the professions feeling somewhat viable, it is a bad thing. I don't even know where'd Soka go. Right over here. Soka will give us a second golem, which I absolutely want. It's like right now, these guys would be dying a lot more quickly if I had it 4 Mesmers instead of 4 Elementalists. Even though I'm using Winter to try to make it more effective. But yeah, is it easier to balance? I mean, it depends upon what balance looks like. Because fundamentally, all it does is it encourages players to play a certain way. And if you want to encourage that, then it is balanced. But I'm not necessarily convinced that that's the best ideal to be trying to go for. If your goal is to allow players to have different ways of being able to succeed against an enemy, but to try to cut off, like, Searing Flames strategies. Well, they did a really good job of cutting off Searing Flames, but they cut off a ton of other things as well. And I think that it, like, is less... Like, it doesn't match the goal of making different things viable. It makes a specific thing viable. That's already good elsewhere as well. I don't know. Interesting to think about. Trying to make sure I'm not tripping over my own words. It's really easy to accidentally say the exact opposite of what you mean and trip over your own words when you're trying to play and talk at the same time. All right. Elias, if you could... I'm just going to drop the Shield Guardian. Where even are you? Oh, over there. Yeah, let's get this Destroyer of Bones down, please. I did not bring any condition removal, which feels like an oversight on a protection prayers bar. Whoa! Alright, I wasn't looking for like half a second and my party's suddenly dying. I understand Elias's HP is just shooting down, but... I'm just going to use that glyph for an Aegis. Hello, Karangor the Mighty. Welcome. Mesmer damage should never have been armor ignoring. Headpieces should have had their own mental AC or something similar. I mean, yeah, you could have just done it differently to make it respect armor. You do try to walk the line between having too many damage types that you're juggling. But like energy surge could have been fire damage. And that would have made just as much sense as it being armor ignoring chaos damage, as far as I'm concerned. But I'll agree with some of that sentiment. I'll agree with the sentiment behind the statement of Mesmers should not have been dealing armor ignoring damage in that, at least in that direct way. Yeah, I see, and this is the part where like there's a lot of things that could tone Mesmers down. One of the first ones that I would do if I were, this is actually, I might want the Shelter by Faith mod. Maybe. I feel like I might want that Shelter by Faith mod. I'll hang on to it. Lower the damage, keep the erupts. Like it's a tricky question because like the issue is controlling stuff tends to be, or like a lot of what the Mesmer did was single target, and it tends to be better in PvP than PvE. I do not think fast casting needed the increased recharge speed, or at least it doesn't at this point in time.
You aren't from around here.
So what would be good ways to try to address some of the fundamental issues is another question entirely. Let's see, Blim just gives us the thing for doing the actual thing. But yeah, it's like, how do you keep what Mesmers do in...
Most curious.
Yeah, okay, that's Ula's workshop. The thing I need to just walk over to it. Why do I not have not too annoying on? It's one of those things where I should bring let's drop Shielding Hands. Shield Absorption is stronger. Let's bring Men's Dismiss is better. So yeah, it is a question of like, how do you make Mesmer feel like it's a useful profession to have in PvE without being like the damage powerhouse?
You aren't from around here.
And like that's a little bit of a tricky question to try to find the right answer to. I think there's a lot of useful stuff you can do with Mesmer. That isn't just directly... Let's see, I need to go over to here. That isn't just directly... oh my goodness, this part's gonna be rough. Oh my goodness, the interrupts are real. I feel like I have my fingers in the wrong spots. I am super distracted by the fight at the moment. And having no energy. Okay. It seemed like the Bard class, except they gave up on inspiration. It seems illusions could have been cool if you could create weak doppelgangers or something. Trick the AI into blowing its AoE spells. Yeah, I think there's a lot of different things that could have been done in illusion magic. I think illusion magic got too much caught up in being the degen attribute. It's the same thing that happened to blood magic. Blood magic got caught up in being the lifesteal attribute and kind of ignored the secondary idea of blood magic, which is the life sacrifice for effects. Like, life sacrifice for effects is an element of blood magic that just kind of gets glossed over in favor of more lifesteal spells, which weren't needed. And I feel like illusion magic kind of emphasized the degen over the, like, tricking the opponent type thing. And then domination magic kind of emphasized removing enemies' energy, but inspiration is just mostly support. It's a very supporty attribute line. We probably didn't need winter here, but it doesn't matter that much. Can I slip through here without fighting a bunch of wind riders is the real question. Nope, that is a dead end. Cool. I also feel like necromancers could use, like, blood magic in particular needs work, in my opinion. It's not got a solid theme. Oh my goodness, this is impossible. Inspiration could have been the protection from elements sky had they enabled it to be party-wide like Paragon Shouts. Yeah, I guess they could have gone something that way. It kind of steps on the toes of wards, which I have some issue with, like ward against elements. But do you really want to give Mesmers even more tools in general? I mean, you want to refine the Mesmer tool set, I think, is what you want to do. What that specifically looks like is a bit variant, though. I can just heal Akai Sasuke with Dismiss condition. Like, the big thing with Mesmer, like, I mean, I will argue that Earth magic could use a little bit more distinction than wards. Wards are nice from the standpoint of being able to position an effect in an area, but the big thing with Mesmer is Mistrust needs to not be AoE. Wandering Eye needs to not be AoE. Those need to just be, like, affect the individual that they're on. And E-Surge needs to be adjacent instead of in nearby or whatever it is. Those changes right there would just absolutely dramatically decrease the damage effectiveness of Mesmer. But it's just like, I think Men, Body, and Soul and Spirit Light need to scale more heavily with Restoration. Like, the values that they get to at 12 needs to be more like the values that they get at 15 or something. Not necessarily that, but just like, you could keep the endpoint or the top end the same, but they really need the bottom endpoint on Men, Body, and Soul and Spirit Light. They need to drop the bottoms, that way they scale more. So it's like, I'm okay with it hitting like 180 at 16 or 15 or 16 Restoration magic, but that needs to be like commensurate to, like, I don't know, 100 at 10 sort of thing, where it's scaling a lot more. Or not, I don't know. Because this guy is the 184. Like, Elias is getting 156 off of this at 12 restoration. It should probably be closer to like 120 or 110 or something. But like overall, the other thing that I'd do with Guild Wars is I would make it so that way there's a few more skill buckets. I'd put a skill bucket at like 7 and I'd put an energy cost bucket at like 7 and one at like 3 maybe.
What now?
Just because one of the things I think is a challenge is there some skills, like a really good example is Shield of Deflection is not a 5 energy skill, but I don't think it's a 10 energy skill either. I don't think it's quite 10 energy good, but it's more than 5 energy good. So, like, where do you put it? But you also want to be careful to not make things too complicated for the player. Wow, I got that off. So one of the things that's a problem is if you have too much variety of energy costs, then players can't drop skills into buckets, and that can be very confusing. I'm just gonna go ahead and get whatever this guy gives me.
You aren't from around here.
20. Sure, that'll work. I think this is Ula's lab, right? It's down there is the other dungeon, Arachne's Haunt or whatever? Goodness, I don't even know. Yeah, this looks right. Mesmers do have a little bit of a being too much like the color blue from Magic the Gathering, though. In that they just do a little bit too much. It's really easy to make it, oh, this is like how blue would do it, but it's like, now you've just given blue this effect. Maybe you didn't need to do that. The other thing that they could have done, actually, to help Mesmer in PvE is they could have made something like recurring insecurity effect in an AoE range. Why are so many things making me lose 10 energy around here? Oh, Elias has Foul Feast, yeah. I guess I don't really need much in the way of condition removal because of Foul Feast and Pyro's Leaming. Okay, this version of Blim. I want to talk to you because I want to go do this.
What's your
We're
problem?
here to enter Ula's lab. We need her for the Golem project that we just did. I wonder if I'll have worn off all of my DP by the time we get to the bottom here. Probably so. $147 skill points. I'd have liked to have done a Jester type T's build, but Domination is just too good. Yeah, I know what you mean. Domination magic is very strong. And frankly stronger than it should be. But again, a lot of that's the damage it can deal. And that's where I would want to nerf some of its damage. Get these sentry golems out of here. You keep falling on me, golems. I don't much appreciate it. There we go. Now this golem can go activate this gate lever. In peace. And slow stomping. You didn't even have to activate it. You just had to walk close enough. What is this malarkey? Oh well, I guess I don't mind that much. Saves me some time. Right, this one. The golem enabling lever opens the door at least. There's a lot of knockdowns going on here. Shield Guardian is a better skill than I gave it credit for in the past, as an aside. I would love to just be able to make a tweaked version of this game. Just like, let me adjust values and numbers. Oh well. Sentry Golem. Nice. Shield Guardian will help get our HPs all back up. I remember another idea that we've discussed before that I really like is just greens with weird values. Like non-existent mod like stat combinations. Like some of the weird prophecies stuff. Now let's just drop another Shield Guardian. Yeah, can't catch me. I'm running. Oh yeah, I like this mystical keyholder bit. I think this is a fun segment. It's like all these golems come in to attack you. There we go. Everybody can come get sorted. I'm not talking about weapons with weird attributes like Verdicts, the Divine Favor Hammer here that I have. I'm talking about like you can find a sword that's like damage plus 15% while enchanted, damage plus 15% while hexed, as a weapon that you get as a quest reward for prophecies. I'm talking about that sort of thing, where it's like, these are not possible like, weapon modifiers. I think those are interesting. Yeah. Weird stuff. It's like these, like, they're really cool weapons, but they're also completely, like, because they're not max, they're just usually not worth using. You got a lot of interesting stuff with quest rewards. Or like, there's a bow that you get for the quest that takes you to the wilds. And it has on it a mod that's it's poisonous. It's a poisonous bow, but it also has, instead of increased damage, it decreases poison duration on you by 20%. It's like, is this useful most of the time? No, but it's interesting and it's different, and I would like that on more of the greens. If more of the green unique weapons had like actual unique properties, that would be really cool. It's just kind of what we've talked about that before, and I think it's a really neat idea. I don't know if Aegis actually helps block these darts or not, but I'm hoping. I do like that they gave us the wonky attributes on stuff, though. Yeah, that'll help a little bit. Well, I meant to drop Shield of Regen on Elias. Can somebody please get Elias resurrected? Elias, please come over here. Heal myself. There we go. I'm not very good at healing, party. Please come over here. This part's always rough with heroes because they're really bad about recognizing where they need to stand. It is possible to glitch the golem so that the protective shield moved independently from him. Oh, interesting. Also, hello, Clean Star. And hello, Yoon. Good to see you. Did those traps get me all fired up, you wonder? I mean, they were there. I don't know if all fired up is right. I like Shield of Regen and Shield of Deflection more than they're actually good. I've said that before. I think... Would Shield of Regen be a reasonable skill at 10 energy? I'm curious to know your thoughts. "14 seconds, target ally gains plus 10 health regeneration and 40 armor." I see you attacking me. I prefer you didn't, Golem. Ooh. A Lesser Guardian Spear. Need to be salvaging some of this loot. I kind of want to start using superior salvage kits for stuff. Just chance at the rare materials. Oh, I need to activate this worker golem. Yeah, you guys fight that thing. That's fine. It's just a golem. Okay. Worker golem. You take them over to these golem sentries. There's some buttons over here. It's good old push the Armos onto the pressure plate type of Zelda dungeon design. You all are allowed to start attacking these things. I'm actually going to switch Hated to aggressive here. I think it'll just be a little bit better. Okay. Now I just need to get these worker golems to walk onto these panels. Good. And good. Excellent. Problem taken care of. Ah, yes. Note that the damage that the Flux Matrix deals is elite. That was just done as a placeholder number. And they tweaked the HP to the value that they wanted it to get the number of hits that they wanted it to be. I learned about that in the stream. So we'll see that elite damage in just a second. Elite damage on the indestructible. Oh my goodness, that guy hits like a truck golem. There we go. 2 hits of elite damage and is down. Where's the door? Over this way. I'm gonna take this Flux Matrix into the door. I can't take it with me to the next floor. She wants it, though. I like the cutscene at the end here, so I might let it play. Ooh, another Golem Runestone. I'll guess I'll get it later. You don't need that going on over there. Alright, a couple more Golem Sentries to fight, and then it's the big room that is not full of Golem Sentries to fight, and then it's the cutscene with Ula. And then I'll have completed this leg of things. Yeah, I'm going to let this cutscene play. Because I think it's fun. How's that for an explanation?
So you've come crawling back, Blim. Did you bring that Flux Matrix I need? You aren't Blim. Vec? Is that you?
Greetings, most wise and puissant Ula, mistress of the magical engine.
Butter up the other side and pan-fry me, Vec. What do you want?
I bring word from Council Leader Memp.
That old fossil?
We need your superior skills for a great project to help all the Asura.
Ha! I came down here to get away from all the Asura. Now scram.
We need your help against the destroyers.
Have you been hit on the head? I said no. Now go away.
Well, Vec, I guess you were right. She's not the one you want.
What are you saying?
Vec was telling me that older Asura tend to lose their edge, that your skills may have deteriorated.
What do you mean? There isn't a better golem answer than yours, truly.
Probably, but if you're afraid the challenge is too much.
I'm not afraid of any challenge. Let me pack my equipment. I'll show you. Deteriorated. The nerve.
Nice job.
Not bad for a Buka?
Couldn't have done better myself.
I love that cutscene part. I so love the line. Butter up the other side of me and butter up the other side and pan fry me. Vec, what do you want? Also, hello, Nico. Good to see you. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. I need to clean out my inventory. Again. Regularly. As a recurring occurrence, as you might say. Yeah, a recurring occurrence. Let's see if this axe wants to give me anything more interesting. Nope. Okay, well, I'll take some iron. Merchants.
You aren't from around here.
That'll work. What do you make? The Surin style stuff, obviously. Just got a pile of superior bag runes to buff a character. Minus 45 gold Z coins. Ooh. Yeah. I really wish they hadn't made them quite as expensive as they did.
You aren't from around here.
Certain investments. I'm not in the business, or I'm not in the market for certain investments. You can make spectacles and glasses from the Asuran, though, which is kind of cool. Okay, Asuran, Asura. You know what? Whatever language. Words, they mean things. All right, let's go do the next part. Shouldn't take long to like finish everything out. Just finish off this book. Maybe go a little bit long today, but why not? I don't feel like I need Glyph of Lesser. I'm going to run a different elite than Shield of Regen. I wish Mark of Protection had a better version. I really, really do. If it was quarter-second activation time, like a 12-second recharge, and like a 3-4 second duration, and didn't have the disable all your protection prayers for 5 seconds, it'd be brilliant. I do like myself a Blessed Light. I wonder what an All Divine Favor bar would be like. Probably not amazing. Do I want Boon Signet? Yeah, let's run Boon Signet. What am I using it on? Guardian. Guardian's good. Boon Signet and Heaven's Delight works. Okay, this is probably fine. I guess I could bring Deny Hexes. I kind of want Age of Sand, Shield Guardian. I guess I don't need Dismiss Condition, but it is a fairly reliable heal in this scenario. Yeah. Maybe I just bring Blessed Light. It cleans up everything. Yeah, let's bring Blessed Light and Signet of Devo and just swap in my Divine Favor headpiece. Because I don't need Aegis to last an additional second. And then these other skills become a lot better. Oh yeah, if you have all Divine Favor skills, that would work great. I do like the idea of having some hex removal. Okay, let's see. Battle Depths. I need to fight some Mersat for the Warn Krita on this character. Okay, oh, there's just a central transfer chamber door that opens up there later. That's kind of cool. I assume I need to go talk to Jalis Ironhammer. I assume.
Greetings, hero.
Yes. Destruction's Depths. Probably be a little awkward, but it should be alright. Recharge the core, recharge the core, recharge the core, enjoy some BIP. Right. Need to just go this direction. Is it through here? Yeah, it is. I cannot see anything. There's just a giant wall of golem. Ow. I want these swapped around. There we go. That feels better for some reason. Yeah, you can... wait. Yeah, you can get into... run into... okay, whatever. If you party with someone doing depths. Oh, yeah. Central transfer chamber. What is that emote? Oh, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Yeah. I could go for Cinnamon Toast Crunch right now. That's like of the cuz okay, so most of the time I'm eating like more of a like Raisin Bran, or I've been eating the Kashi has a berry cereal, like a berry filled shredded wheat type cereal, and I've been eating that lately. But the if I have a massive bar of English chocolate, if I like am going after the like not good for you sort of like breakfast cereals, I definitely Cinnamon Toast Crunch is really high on that list. I also like Cocoa Pebbles, and what's the other? There's another one that I was thinking of. Yeah, Lucky Charms. I like Lucky Charms as well. I guess you're applying negative things to me? Okay, I don't know if Elias is dying or just spamming BIP, because they are much the same thing. Okay, that's life transfer. We can get rid of that by taking out this Destroyer of Hope. I'm definitely looking forward to having lunch after this stream ends. Okay, please open the door. I think we go this way, right? Bipping like a corpse. Yeah, no kidding. Certainly bip yourself into a corpse. Yeah, why am I not having... okay, there we go. This will help. Daring Delver. All of my dudes will deal 15 additional lifesteal with any of their skills that target enemies. Which is good. Hada, I'm going to turn you off of aggressive here. Okay, okay, we got this direction. Excellent. I'm all for going this direction. And for Winter making my Elementalists deal more damage to Destroyers. Yeah. Parias, I know, is not supposed to have that amount of health. I keep getting got by that lifesteal X. That steals health from me if you try to target an ally. Avatars are cute. I'm not sure specifically what you're referring to, but... maybe you're talking about my avatar on Twitch and saying that it is cute. At which point I would thank you, because that was the goal. Haven't done that in a while. Oh, the avatars of destruction. I get you. Okay, let's go show these destroyers what we think of them. Wear it permanently, it is a bit of a balance challenge. I'm actually have thought about wearing it a, why am I not using, oh my goodness numbers. Ooh, a lockpick. Wearing it be a point thing. Because y'all are getting points that don't do much. I've been very bad about sitting down and figuring out what to make my points do. This is like, I have channel points, but then they don't do anything. I have bad news about the Ebon Vanguard that were over here. They're dead. That's the bad news. Is this door open? Yes, it is. Excuse me, everyone. I would rather not stick on this floor. No longer luck week. Yeah. Those do expire after a bit, don't they? Let's get this up, and then get bipped, and immediately gain 5 energy because this is an well-enchanted weapon. I'm certainly happy to receive a lockpick. This Destroyer of Lives needs to go. Where is this golem going? Just like wandering around somewhere. Have you been feeling like you've been getting more lockpicks than normal? Yeah, because it's, excuse me, it's the Elonian bonus week, right? Okay, destroyers. Show these destroyers who's boss. What is spiking my party? It's probably a ranger. Alright. Should really do some books and see if they'll bug and make my max instantly. Yeah. Well, I'm just coming in here and doing this book because this guy had a normal... Like, this guy hasn't done Eye of the North in normal mode, apparently, until, like, most of today. I did the Norn stuff, but I'm filling up the normal mode Hero's Handbook. So... Wow. That is a hex stack only Peace and Harmony could clear. You're fine on whatever it was that you were doing. I'm just going to chill here for a moment and let this hex stack not exist. Because this is ridiculous. Okay, let's just get this last one off of me. They can award double points accidentally. Yeah. Okay, well, let's see how this part goes. I think it's usually best to kind of hang around up here. That's where I've been lately, anyway. I don't have a soul twist, so that's a little bit risky. I don't know. I've got a bunch of elementalists. They can condition snot out of things. Weakness, cracked armor, blind. More cracked armor. Okay, let's do something about these destroyers. Ooh, a destroyer core. Don't mind if I do. Okay, balancing this guy in my head is being a little annoying now. Just gonna go over there. Yeah, height advantage. That's a good point. I want my destroyer core. I'm gonna go grab it. Yeah. You know what I should make? I should make like a little seat for my shoulder. So that way I can set the guy on my shoulder seat. I meant Shield Guardian, not Shield of Absorption. Oh well. Aren't there usually destroyers that come from over here? Or am I just delusional? I want these guys to just all drop me destroyer cores. I want to get destroyer gloves for... I mean, I'd love to get destroyer gloves on several characters, but never mind that happening. You guys shot me with your punishing shot, didn't you? I don't appreciate it. Ooh, another destroyer core. Brilliant. Give me all the destroyer cores. Hey, Sif. How's the hunting shadows going? This is a good moment to drop an Aegis. This is a good moment to drop a Shield Guardian. Okay, but like, can we maybe get some resurrects happening? And Elias is down. I saw chat moving out of the corner of my eye, but I'm a little preoccupied at the moment. I think you'll understand my predicament. Boss troops are coming from north. That is what I saw you say. I looked down just now because I felt somewhat safer. Thank you, Elias. I appreciate the support. There's too many rangers, like you said, with height advantage. No. I have a golem that just turned off. Yeah, that one right up there. Elias, are you continuing to die, like, aggressively and repeatedly? Could you consider stop doing that? Okay, let's get this golem up. Oh, looks like we got a group down there that we need to take down. Hey, another destroyer core. Excellent. Sure, body blocking ain't bad. Said, please go and like electrocute those guys. Avatar of Destruction. Avatar of Destruction, please. Make an Avatar of Dead. Okay, time for some Aegis. I don't know how Elias does it, but he gets resurrected and then immediately dies. It's like some sort of superpower. Except not super. Okay, well, that cleared that out. You know what? I will say this. I've gotten a lot better at not just, like, completely wiping there. Because I've had so many times where it's just like, oh, yeah, and I just wipe. I got, like, 3 destroyer cores there. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I've had that same sort of thing, Yoon. Where I just, like, wipe interminably. Game, I'm trying to heal Zed. Please let me. I mean, I think it would be hard to argue that I'm running a meta hero build, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay. Elias has a good old 60% death penalty. Everyone else is doing fine. AFK hard mode and make coffee. Yeah. I'd love to see just an update to this game that, like, just tweaked stuff that would make some of the meta stuff not work well anymore. Yeah, that's what I do with, like, the tool here. I mean, I've not been using it today, but this lets you have, like, some meta stuff sometimes, because you can just, like, generate a codex, and it's like, oh, well, I guess I don't have E-Surge. I guess I don't have Death Blossom, things like that. Because you can, like, set the ratings for skills, and then it'll be like, oh, skills that are rated high don't appear as often as skills that are rated low. Or, like, other challenge settings and things. Oh, that's interesting. Massive groups of destroyers, eh? Huh. We can spare 2 of our men for you, the rest must hold the gates. My kinsmen, our entire lives and the lives of our ancestors. Like, I'm gonna be blunt. I don't like what they did with the Great Dwarf, Great Destroyer thing here. It feels diminutive of what was built in Sorrow's Furnace. We'll talk about that more when I get to slow playthrough territory. I'm going to do... Before I do Eye of the North, I am going to do Sorrow's Furnace, though, because in some way, shape, or form, because it's really important for context. Like, the context of the lore from Sorrow's Furnace is just vital to... like, having a comparison point for this here. These stone dwarves. You need to zoom way out so I can see over these friggin' massive golems. Okay, I need to not stand in bed of coals. Oh my goodness. The friggin' Mark of Subversions is... I think that's a skill. I did not know just how obnoxious that could be in mass. It is very real. Okay. Yep, just... energy leak me. Oh, yeah, because of coals. Yeah, I understand. Okay, yeah, please not standing on that. Something that really annoys me about the Disc of Chaos is it's just so freaking tanky. It's not so much dangerous as it's just durable. I don't know how long it's going to take to kill it here. I suppose Haida probably mostly uses find their weakness on herself, doesn't she? Yeah, take out the Destroyer of Thoughts. Elias, what just happens to you? Now we just slowly whittle this thing down. As it like barely does damage and just sits there with its 22,100 HP boss. I believe it. And over here is Elias is tanking everything for us. Oh, Zed, you took some damage. It's almost dead. These air elementalists are doing a pretty decent job of cutting through this HP. I feel like I've had it take longer. I've definitely had that take longer. Okay, whatever, that's fine. I'm sorry, Elias. I had guilt on me. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that kill time. I feel like that fight always takes for freaking ever. So to have it go that quickly felt really nice. Okay, I'm gonna give a second for some energies to recover. Okay, that's enough time. Let's make this Destroyer of Lives not. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so that went pretty smoothly. I need to clear out my inventory again because I have way too much junk from the time this guy went to DOA. I mean, I hang on to lockpicks. Let's just salvage stuff. Oh, that's pretty good dust for one of those. A little bit of salvaging, a little bit of whatever spine focuses give. Bone, that doesn't surprise me, actually. Okay, another Cyclopean Wands. What do you got? Oh. Well, don't mind if I do. Yes. That was 10 bones, and that was highly salvageable. I guess the other one gave me like 3 bones. They do not salvage well, apparently. Yeah, it doesn't show on F9. It's not the biggest equip pack. It is the middle small equip pack. Okay, let's be supremely goofy here. Okay, I'm gonna be making a bar for these guys. For fighting the Great Destroyer. Let's actually bring Shock Arrow, Shell Shock, Master of Magic, Hobby Flame, frigid armor. Ray tracing, setting, and reshade. Ooh. That sounds like it'd be beautiful. What else do I want here? Swirling aura? That's probably not a bad idea. And, ward of stability? I'll have a couple of different wards. I'll just call this Emo Great Destroyer Fighter, I guess. Vac, load that, please. Great Destroyer Fighter, yes. Except you are going to bring ward against elements. I'll be curious to see screenshots from something like that. And you can load that too, Serenia. And whoop. Let's see, is it allow gray? I don't know if this is the right command. No. Let me just. I don't remember how to do it that way, but I will do it. That's not the command, Yun. No! Hang on. Where do I give temporary permission, Moobot? How do I... Okay, everything's all messed up. $600 seconds is too long. How do I undo that? You know what? Somebody tell me how to undo that who knows how to actually do mod stuff. Because I don't do mod stuff. Yeah, okay. You're trying to post a direct link to a Discord thing. I see that. You know what? Let's just... Yes. There, that should fix some of that. I need to go through and add more people to the regulars list. There we go. There we go. Got that taken care of. Hi, Yun. Sorry about that. I added you to the regulars list because you do show up regularly, and hopefully that should fix it. Let's see. Do I have an ego in here? Nope. You're fine. Okay, whatever. I'll worry about that at a different point in time. Let's see. I'm just gonna add lightning strike instead of ward over there on her. Yeah. Actually no. Let's. Well, she can have lightning strike, but let's give her. She doesn't need any area magic. She's got Master of Magic. Everybody knows Master of Magic means you don't need anything else. Ranger. Wilderness Survival. Give me a good, solid winter. I'll have to look at those later. Okay, winter. It's at the end, silly. At the end. Okay. Elias is probably fine. Prius should totally bring Nightmare Weapon. I could tweak him to have other things, but I don't care that much. This is not that important. Okay, I don't need Aegis. I don't need this. I don't really need this. This is probably fine. I don't need Shield Guardian. Let's bring... Why do I have magic open on me? I don't... Sometimes I am confused. Heaven's Delight, Divine Healing, Breath of the Great Dwarf, Extinguish. It is. I agree. Is super useful here. I'm gonna bring a Reversal of Fortune. And I kind of want... No, let's just bring Boon Signet. We can Boon Reversal people. Yeah, sure. This'll be fine. Totally be fine. Okay. Oh, Akalai Sasuke, you should... Yeah, you know what? You can just keep doing that. Hey, the sound of rescue. Hope you're doing well today. Welcome. I'm just wrapping up my stream by finishing up this book. I need to go fight the Great Destroyer. Because I haven't killed him in normal mode yet. Just hard mode on this character. For reasons. Yeah, I play this game quite regularly.
How goes it?
We plan to strike the Great Destroyer. Yes, let's see how this goes. This might go really poorly. Or all of these guys are complete idiots and don't understand that they should use Master of Magic first. Hi, welcome to These Are My Henchmen. Let's express my sentiments. Like, you can go super ham and go real overboard with the... Okay, not standing in buddy kills, please. Okay, extinguish, please. And go really crazy with trying to set up stuff for your dudes. To make them immune to burning. I've done that before. Just like everybody's immune to burning. It really helps us go by more quickly. You do get faster rep. You are correct on that. Okay, let's just put everybody out. Let's fight the Great Destroyer. Ow. Okay, let's again put everybody out. Great Destroyer does not like you to interrupt him. So make sure you're not doing that. Maybe I should have brought Light of Deliverance instead. Okay, put everybody out. There's this Destroyer of Hope behind us that's kind of being annoying, and I would like it to be gone, please. Okay, I don't have Boon Signet's buff on me. I now have Boon Signet's buff on me. No, I just used it. extinguish heals for a lot-ish. Okay. Good, got there. Did complete HM campaign in 3 hours, one night, including Kirsch quest chain. Was helping out a speed clear. His new charted DOA.
Right.
Okay, whatever. Gwen was right. I'll talk about all that stuff later on a different time.
How goes it?
Hi. Why are all these chests flickering like crazy? Oh, classic music though. It's where you can get all of your good 2020 gear. Or your 10% gear, I guess. I like the fact that these are enchanting staves. It's very nice. I wish you could get more of these. I don't know. I did what I came here to do, which is to fill in this book. So I can turn it in probably to the Ebon Vanguard. Which one am I lowest on? My Delver's at 6, Slayer's at 6, Cern's at 5, and almost at 6. So yeah, I guess I take it to the Ebon Vanguard. And now I have finally done all of these in normal mode on this character. So that's cool. Yeah, I definitely wasn't going through this as the most efficient possible way. Oh, I got a Destroyer Core from the Great Destroyer. That's awesome. I like to get them all up to 5 because that's the break point for skills. Ebon Vanguard's probably the one that's hardest to farm, is my guess. Which one's actually the hardest one to farm? Because I know Norn's pretty easy to farm with Kirsch's final quest. Written evidence. Look at my hero's handbook. 20,000 Vanguard reputation points, 4,000 gold, and 40,000 experience. Yes. Where's my master dungeons? I should work on this at some point too. Yeah, you're right, Vaping Vein. Also, hello, welcome. Deldrimmer with Snowman Dungeon. Yeah. Yeah. Drop off this platinum. Well, I think that's going to be wrapping things up for me today. So what I've been generally doing on stream lately has been doing the like slow playthrough of Nightfall, where I've been like looking at the lore and taking things more slowly and doing some challenge run stuff. And I'm not sure if I'll continue that on Saturday or if I'm going to put it on hold for a bit longer. That's a lot of tonics. I wouldn't want to have to drink that many tonics. But I'll be back on Saturday with my stream. You can follow the channel to get notified when I go live. Check the schedule down below. I think the schedule tab shows you in your time zone. You can correct me if that's incorrect. I believe the schedule tab tells you in your own time zone. Yeah, it would take forever. And I guess that's kind of most of it. Thank you all for watching. Like I said, I'll be back Saturday. And maybe I'll do more random stuff. Maybe I'll have cleared out the inventories of several other characters so I can do other things on them, so I'm not, like, staring at a bunch of random junk. Maybe I'll continue to still play through. We'll see how I'm feeling at that point, because I'm a little fatigued from it, so I do want to take a little bit of a break from that slow playthrough. But, like I said, thank you all for watching, and until next time, take care, everyone. And goodbye.